Hello friends from all over the world. Welcome to Honor of Kings. If you don't know about Honor of Kings, don't worry. We will give you a full understanding about the game through 4 episodes. If you already know Honor of Kings, you should not miss this program, as you will find all the key information you want to know. Honor of Kings is a mobile game developed by Tiếu Studio Group focusing on battle. It was released in China on November 26, 2015, and is currently the mobile game with the most players in the world. You will find a large number of unique heroes and finely designed skins in Honor of Kings. What's more, the immersive battlefield will also bring users fresh gameplay experience. That's why it is a fantastic choice for social entertainment. The first season of KPL was officially launched in September 2016, and we have witnessed the birth of 13 champions. After about 2,900 days and nearly 8,000 matches. Honor of Kings International Championship is an annual world-class esports tournament with the highest level of competition. It's worth mentioning that the 2021 Honor of Kings International Championship, which contributed 600 million content views on the day of the grand finals, reached 170 million users during the tournament. 2022 Honor of Kings International Championship will witness a whole update and hold a dazzling $10 million prize pool. The wild card qualifiers will start on November 22nd, and the group stage will start from December 3rd. You will see the strong teams from all over the world fighting for the World Championship. KIC2022 will kick off shortly. Let's witness the wonderful performance of players on the stage of the 2022 Honor of Kings International Championship. Let's high five for highlight.
感觉得扛不住了，开始吼我进行了一波绕后的位置，一闪踢过来，但是没踢到什么关键位啊。但是阿凯就是不要开，这一波阿超进场再来一枪，还能再收一个。出枪进场，收枪出枪，微博有点遭不住啊！
林毅知道已经没法打了，他得换线，又找到机会了。
其实，闪现回身再拉到太乙。反杀！
但是张飞直接开，把明天运气血弹砍开大，冲进去，阿里先撤一波，风筝一下砍，先生选择了回闪。那个米娅的蓝进场，先将敌人给秒了。
Perhaps you'd understand me better.
这一波公孙离绕后开团了。
是的，和蓝的一波完美的配合。
带上，
来一口咬进去。
Nothing draws a shark better.
继续上断阳，断阳回头一下。
Than the sweet scent of blood.
断阳再一次站了出来，自己还有个多雅，再加上那个名刀，
公孙离来了，
直播给了一推。
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high and light. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory is in my sight. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time. In time.
A beam of light anywhere can light up the world. Light, a warm and outpour force, brings newcomers hope. Light, a thought for comeback, gives you an indelible desire.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside.
No matter where you are from, the desire to fight runs in our blood.
You don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally
Everyone longed for unprecedented honor. Doing the best is the silent synergy among opponents. Fight, guard, meet the unknown power. Challenge, attack. Rise to difficulties till being famous. Center of the world, shine like the star. Unbowed fighter never walks alone. Highlight will be lit by you. Let the world see your light.
It's our time to shine.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2022 Honor of Kings International Championships Group Stage, Day 6. I'm your caster, Isaac Pena Muley.
Today's going to be the last day of week 1, and we're going to have a really fancy day to discuss the Nora.
Yeah, today's going to be the last day, right? Right after today, we're going to know exactly who is where. All the groups are going to be done. All the teams are going to be done with their first round. And then we're going to see exactly who's made of what.
Yeah, and also like the week 2 is just going to start tomorrow. So actually there's only like least time for those teams to warm up or prepare for the next round.
Yes, exactly. Week 2 is going to bring us games for each different group on each specific day. Now, before we move on with more about the tournament, what about if we learn a little bit about our game?
Hello, friends from all over the world. Welcome to Honor of Kings. If you don't know about Honor of Kings, don't worry. We will give you a full understanding about the game through 4 episodes. If you already know Honor of Kings, you should not miss this program, as you will find all the key information you want to know. Honor of Kings is a mobile game developed by Tiếu Studio Group focusing on battle. It was released in China on November 26, 2015, and is currently the mobile game with the most players in the world. You will find a large number of unique heroes and finely designed skins in Honor of Kings. What's more, the immersive battlefield will also bring users fresh gameplay experience. That's why it is a fantastic choice for social entertainment. The first season of KPL was officially launched in September 2016, and we have witnessed the birth of 13 champions. After about 2,900 days and nearly 8,000 matches. Honor of Kings International Championship is an annual world-class esports tournament with the highest level of competition. It's worth mentioning that the 2021 Honor of Kings International Championship, which contributed 600 million content views on the day of the grand finals, reached 170 million users during the tournament. 2022 Honor of Kings International Championship will witness a whole update and hold a dazzling $10 million prize pool. The wild card qualifiers will start on November 22nd, and the group stage will start from December 3rd. You will see the strong teams from all over the world fighting for the World Championship. KIC2022 will kick off shortly. Let's witness the wonderful performance of players on the stage of the 2022 Honor of Kings International Championship. Let's high five for highlight.
Last time I was asking Xue Ying about where was she in November 2015 when just Honor of Kings came online? Where were you in November 2015?
November 2015?
Yeah.
Where am I?
Yeah.
I'm so lost. Where am I today? I don't know.
It was a long time ago. I am totally sure that it was a long time ago, and our game has evolved a lot from what it was before to what it is right now. A lot of the heroes have changed, and that's why we're always introducing a lot more about them, right? Let's see which 3 heroes we're going to be talking about today: Luna, Zhangliang, and Ganjiang and Moyan.
Oh, actually there's a similarity between these 3 heroes, that they all deal in magical damage. Well, what's different, Zhangliang usually in this meta will play as support, right?
Yes.
Saw this several times. And Ganjiang Moyan usually gonna combine with some control skills.
Yeah, exactly. So Ganjiang and Moyan, Zhangliang together could be actually an option, right?
Oh, true. Like the suppression, the ultimate, and came up with that burst damage dealt by Ganjiang.
We've seen a lot of Luna in these last days, which is amazing, right? Like we have been able to see Luna not only just showing us great skills in the jungle, but at the same time in the fights, Luna is always a good option as a jungler in this meta where junglers are so important.
Yeah, and something interesting about Luna is not only about the mechanics, which we've seen a lot of players done that before, and like recently when we look into that best of two, a lot of teams would pair it with 百里守约.
Yes.
It's a totally new composition. If it comes out, we're gonna go for a deeper composition.
Let's wait and see what's going to happen. Now, for today, let's see what teams are still with us and what is going to happen. We have still 8 other areas teams still with us, 8 of them still remaining. We'll have eSurus, Gen.G, Esports, YaLLa playing today, trying to get points, trying to get opportunity to move forward.
Yeah, and we're still gonna have 4 matchups for tonight. There's some comments today. XYG Ling and Wuhan eStarPro's Qingrong are highly ornamental. With what 百里守约? That's the one. Sorry, the scream's a little bit far away from me. So anyway, 百里守约 is just the one that we've mentioned before, paired with Luna, the composition.
Yes, exactly. AG says, say something shameful. Watching the EDG.m match almost made me cry. That EDG.m match yesterday was crazy.
Yeah, yesterday the last game, EDG.m played against Wolves, and they actually made the 3rd draw during our group stage.
No, and it was really nice because a lot of people were expecting Wolves to have an amazing day, but the amazing day that Rock had combined with a difficult day that Fly had yesterday, it was actually what gave EDG.m the opportunity, and they saw it and they took it.
Because EDG.m recently really has so many standouts.
Yeah.
And the Rock even got a pentakill, right? If I'm correct.
Yeah, the first pentakill.
Wow.
I love that Rock just getting his pentakill in KIC. And it is really nice because when you ask them, what are you guys doing in order to make that happen? It just happens. People just work together.
That interview, we don't even recognize that we're gonna have a pentakill. Just continuously get 1 kills after another, and finally it's done.
Yes, exactly. Now, the players are really just working really in the best way possible. They're working really hard to show us their skills, to show us their levels, and to help their teams to get achievements. That's why we're gonna introduce you to Xingyu.
Xingyu, we can see Xingyu's the support from Beijing Weibo, and he used to serve in Shenzhen DRG, and then he went to Beijing Weibo, and we can see there's few achievements for him. He won the 2020 KPL4 championship, and also during the 2022 Honor of Kings Challenger Cup, and he won the 2nd place serving in Beijing Weibo.
Oh, very close for Beijing Weibo in that one, right?
So close. There's 3 times for him to be so close to that championship.
Well, for Xingyu, it's going to be a great day today. We hope so, because they're going to be facing XYG in our Game 4, right? Beijing Weibo against XYG is going to be our Game 4 for tonight. But first, before that, we're going to start with our first one, Nanjing Hero against eSurus.
Yes, Hero and eSurus are both from Group A, and for Hero, this actually going to be a must-win for them. And for eSurus, I'm just wondering how quick they can make progress, because they actually made some rotations on their marksman.
They need to keep making rotations. They need to try to keep finding the formula that is going to allow them just to get better, right? Because that's exactly what we need to do. Try to get better. Nanjing Hero is going to come up with the normals, very common starting 5. We've seen Honofir, Dongfang Bell, and Jioku.
Yeah, we're now very familiar with them right now. And also, for eSurus, as I've just mentioned, they actually made a rotation on marksman. They replaced 1 with Zleda, right?
Zleda? Yeah. It's a very uncommon name. Zleda, but I still like it. Zleda.
Actually, I saw him played because they used him when they're playing against with eStarPro, and he also used the same hero as one actually. Lady Sun and also Marco Polo.
Yeah, you don't see a lot of rotation in heroes, right? You can actually try to rotate the player playing the hero, but the heroes are almost always the same.
Yeah, it's those heroes are gonna be those most played heroes in our, especially for best of 2. A lot of familiar compositions.
That's the thing. Since this is a BO2, then you don't need to be thinking that much about the BP in terms of depth. right? I just need to think about the BP as the strategy for this exact game. Just take it as one game at a time, right?
You don't need to save any heroes.
Nah.
You just like go for whatever you got, grab everything.
True. Let's wait and see what the boys from eSurus are going to bring us today. Are they going to be able to turn things around? Things have not been working really well for them, right?
Yeah, they had 2 matchups before, but all done with 0-2 play against their rivals. So
not only 0-2 for eSurus right now, like they've been in a very difficult position. They have not been able to get their first kill yet in 4 games. So if you talk about progress, let's just talk about progress just step by step. You see this as a ladder, right? So the first step is going to be go there, get your first kill. Then after that, try to get your first gank. After that, try to win your first lane. Slowly, just a progression.
Step by step. And so actually, if they're gonna do so, the first game gonna select some like aggressive composition might work.
We've already talked about it in the last 6 days, right? Like aggressive compositions have been the main tool against KPL teams. It's the only way that you are able to try to protect your jungle at the beginning of the game. So try to be aggressive. None of the compositions that have been like late game have been successful for any of them.
True, and also actually there's something worth mentioning is that when we look back to those BP phases, actually those compositions that teams from other regions selected is not that weak.
No.
They are very solid.
Yeah.
So what's the problem? It might be like when they're really in that game, they're not playing aggressively, not because of their composition is not that aggressive.
No, even if they want to play aggressive, they're not being able actually to win in the aggressiveness.
Yeah.
That, for example, if you want to be aggressive and you want to go and invade your opponent's jungle, the KPL teams have been able just to find solutions to when they do that. And at the same time, when you're playing an aggressive composition and the KPL teams come to invade your jungle, the other area teams have not been able to find a solution on how to protect their resources.
True, because we can see like why teams from KPL region always gonna like quickly snowball the game to the end. It's basically because they're always on something.
Yeah.
They're always doing something, and also like the interval of all those monsters in the field is gonna spawn. The faster you clean up the field, the faster you gain the next round of the resources. So they can easily snowball the gold.
Let's just analyze yesterday's EDG.m against Chongqing Wolves, right? If you analyze that game, in the first game when Chongqing Wolves give EDG.m a little bit of an advantage, EDG.m immediately starts trying to get something, start trying to get to their jungle, trying to get like not only kills, but they're trying to get gold. And then what is Chongqing Wolves' answer to that? They try to force EDG.m into a mistake. EDG.m falls into that mistake, and then immediately they get fight, dragon, fight, kills, resources, kills. It's just a chain of actions that make them just still be in the game.
And one kill might be the trigger.
Yeah, exactly. That's the idea, no? Like you are able just to get the one kill so you can actually get resources, get that power play.
Yeah, so actually you need to hold that ambition and also those aggressiveness when you're playing this game.
All right, the BP for eSurus and Nanjing here is already halfway through it. Very common and familiar heroes, Stranfei, Lianpo, and Zhao Jun on one side. And for Nanjing here is going to be Lu Bu, Master Lu Ban, and Shen Mengxi.
That's pretty similar, isn't it? Both selected a top lane, a support, and also the mid. And both left their jungler and marksman to do the counter pick.
Wow. Look at that. There's a lot of marksmen being taken away. Like, it's going to be a difficult job for eSurus if they cannot get themselves into a proper marksman for that battle against Bell.
Because for the next phase, Hero is going to have the priority to choose a marksman first. Oh, they left Bell for the last one to do the counter pick.
Confidence. They have confidence on what Bell can do. And their composition allows them just that versatility, right? That they can just come and choose last. Consort you.
Well, for this composition, maybe Isuru is gonna have monkey again, I guess. I don't know why, but if they really want to, Miyamoto Musashi, also gonna be a nice thing.
Miyamoto Musashi, well, very, very aggressive, that's for sure. But again, Consort Yu, not an early game hero.
Yeah, so that also means there's going to be a gap between these games. Actually, like if you divide it, Isulu's come into like several periods.
Yeah.
The mid game is going to be really weak.
True.
Because you don't have like...
The mid game is going to be really weak because you don't have one hero whose mid game is going to be really strong compared to your opponents, right? At the end of the day, like you're expecting that we can make it all the way to the late game so Consort Yu can be dominant.
But again, well, Hero allow their opponents to do that in the late game. That's going to be a question. Because if we take a good look at Hero's comp, we can see with Yukio Tachibana and also Shimongxi, they're going to be really aggressive in the early game. And also, like from the bottom lane, Bell's going to make him to sweep the lane.
Jojo has already written this script of how this is going to be working, right? Like the script is very simple. Come in the first 2 minutes, try to get as much gold, as big as an advantage as you can, and then after that just manage it. That's gonna be the first 1 minute and a half, 2 minutes for Nanjing Hero. On the other hand, for Isurus is going to be in that 1 minute and a half, 2 minutes, how can we defend ourselves?
Yeah, and actually once you mentioned about Jojo, there's something that worth mentioning during the second round phase, ban phase. Actually, he banning away Lady Sun and Marco Polo.
Yeah.
The two marksmen that we've mentioned that Yasuda once used before. And banning away used Yukio Tachibana to force you to play against me in the early game.
So look at that, like if you ban straight into one specific player, then from a BP standpoint, you're just forcing that player to choose a hero that he might not be that confident with. And I don't know exactly what's going to be Consort Yu, right? Like I've not seen yet how is going to be Sleda playing on that Consort Yu.
Yeah, I never saw him playing this because like once Isurus was doing their own qualifiers in Latam-Mexico, actually their marksman always be one. It's like the very like a freshman in this.
It's a good opportunity for Sleda. Let's hope that he's gonna come in and that he's gonna show us that he's ready for it and that he is just confident about this opportunity in this amazing platform.
Yeah, and again for Isuru, step by step, maybe they can like do it starting with the first kill. Let's wait and see.
Isurus against Nanjing here. Isurus is going to be on the blue side. Nanjing here is going to be on the red. Let's keep our eyes in the valley and let's see what's going to happen. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be our game 1 of today.
For these two teams, for Hero again, this might be a must win. And for Isurus, let's see if they can make progress.
Look
Hero,
at that. Straight pushing Consort Yu under her turret. And the invasion straight to red buff.
Yeah.
What are they going to do? It's a 2v2. Bell is coming as well.
First force Isurus to retreat. Then gain the vision control of the red buff field. Still out of the way. There's a less thing Isurus can do.
Look at that. Miyamoto Musashi says you take my red buff and
Yeah.
they're trying just to protect something. Like for him it's just the same. If he just let them take the red buff and then he just goes for his blue, like there is no actual answer to that.
You know, something's
Surrounded
gonna
by
happen.
4.
You know, actually, for me, I smell several hesitation of Six.
Yeah.
But again, be stunned.
Falling again. Elwindar AJ is going to fall. Kank is going to fall as well. It's going to be a 4-0 opening for Nanjing Hero.
That's going to be a nightmare for Isurus on the other side. Because as we've mentioned, Six, he do have that kind of mind idea that, okay, you take mine, I'm going to take yours. But after he got invaded into the red buff, you can see he's quite hesitate, right? First want to do something to the red buff, and know that somebody's gonna come. So want to turn it into the Phoenix, but it's just like waste of time.
But look at how they're rotating. Like I feel like Isuru just comes rotating one after the other, and Nanjing here is actually all of them moving together.
One after another is a key point of that kind of team fight, because none of them has those like really powerful early game dominance, right? So one after another, just gonna be one by one, feed it into hero. Again, be pulled back, the ultimate by Xue Mengxi, and the kill just done by Bell.
2 minutes and 30 seconds, already a 3,000 gold advantage for Nanjing Hero. There's very few things that Isurus can do right now.
Yeah, but
as you have already like in 3 minutes, almost a 1,000 gold advantage per minute. What's there to do?
Yeah, 1,000 gold difference per minute.
Then get your pulled back, still not has his ultimate available, is going to fall.
And actually, here's another point. Once you're carrying Smite, if you're a support, but you didn't do any invasions or if you didn't like do anything, it's gonna be useless to carry a Smite rather than carry a heal or a disrupt.
Yeah, I would go for the disrupt option actually. Just trying to take the disrupt, trying to force them into protecting the turrets, right? Instead of forcing them to try to protect their jungle. What about if you just try to change the mindset? I don't know, like they just need to come up with something different, because what they've been doing in the last 5 games is just not working.
The ultimate.
Look at that, Bell is being put under the turret. It's just gonna be the first one. I think it is. Bell is going to fall.
And again,
well
you want to take Wang Zhaojun done. Fighting for Zhaojun, it's a double kill goes to Heng.
Good stuff. Look at that. That was a good communication. They just needed Mengeche to get online, right? Like they just needed Mengeche to have his ultimate. They come down to the bottom lane and they're going to force it. Beautiful thing.
Yeah, that's quite beautiful. And actually, they're quite determined to take Bell down. Everyone just used all those ultimates and all those skills landing on Bell.
Poor Bell, I think that he was not expecting that.
But he's done a lot during that team fight.
Yeah, like it was a 1v3, no?
Yeah, and holding a lot of times for his like team members to support.
Look at that, the RJ just waiting.
It's a trap.
Now they're gonna force Lupu to proc his ult. Yoku has him to try to protect him, but look at that. Xinghun was gonna try to come in with the kitty bombs as well.
That's the point, you see. Like actually, for these 3 members, if they do it as a group, there's like less damage they can do towards their enemies, because Consul Yu's absent and also Zhaojun's absent.
Jumping in, let's more invasion from Hero.
Yeah.
Taking control of all the buffs, right?
5,000 gold different already, and there's 6,000 now.
But well, at least for Isurus, they got their first kill. I told you, it's just a matter of seeing things the way they are.
Yeah.
Not half empty cups, but they're actually half full cups in there.
Yeah. Congratulations to that. They really need to like hold that kind of like passion or ambition. You just like, all right, we have nothing to lose right now. Let's just go for it. Anyway.
As the battles come, just go head first.
Well, and for Hero, actually something really surprised me a lot is that we can see the coordination is quite tight right now. Those rotations, those like backups.
I don't think it's surprising from Hero, right? I would not use the word surprising. I think that is a very good example of how this game is supposed to be played. Like I said that it's a great lesson for everyone that is watching the game right now. The way that they rotate all together does not allow them to be ganked in any moment, closing down the opportunities for Isurus to try to be aggressive. You want to be aggressive, though, you're going to have to be taking 4 against 4.
Well, so if Hero really want to do those big team fight and force those enemies to give up those towers, they're going to just, gather together.
Yeah,
use the ultimate.
They're just going to keep doing what they're doing.
Yeah.
They're just going to keep going all together in a 4-1 or a 3-2, and if they want to fight, I don't think that Nanjing here is going to be afraid of any fight.
True, especially now it's like 7 minutes. It's gonna be the strongest period. What, 3 people be pulled back by Luban?
Look at that. It's going to be a wind. RJ being taken extremely low. It's going to be Lupu that's going to come in and take 1 kill. It's going to take 2 kills. Double kills is going to be for Tongfang.
That's fantastic. I mean, like that engagement done by Zhouku, the flash, the ultimate, and just drag 3 people back. That's quite beautiful.
It was a great skill. Zhouku showing us how Master Lupan is supposed to be played.
Yeah.
He holds to his ability until he finds the right moment to proc it.
And actually, that's something that I can see Zhouku's making progress right now because he just rotated to the support before our KIC kickoff. So actually, that's only like 1 month for him to adapt to this new position, and he's really suitable right now.
Oh, look at that. Coming in one more time. The stun falling in, and it's going to be Mengechi, the one that's going to allow Zero to have a power play. It's going to be a 5v4 trying to protect this crystal.
So Hero now has got numbers advantage, and they can have minion waves on all those 3 lanes. Check Lubu ultimate landed.
Insane. Look at that. It's going to be 1, 2, 3. Triple kill for Tongfang.
Go straight towards the crystal. First game. Congratulations to Hero. Such a beautiful play. Such a beautiful game.
Beautiful game. The rotations were amazing from Nanjing Hero. They knew that if eStarPro wanted to have an opportunity, they needed to be aggressive. They just made a great rotation. Always finding 4, 3 people together, never allowing. The only person that was only on his own was Bell in the one fight that eStarPro won.
And that's actually the highlight that we mentioned about eStarPro, right?
Yes.
They already make a breakthrough right now. They got their first kill. And also, like with these 3 people gathering together and just be so determined to take Bell down, that's quite a nice movement.
It is a nice movement. I'm really happy for them. Right now, they already got their first kill. Let's just see if they can just keep building on top of that. Confidence is just built like that. It's just like 1 step at a time.
Confidence really need to be held by eStarPro right now. As we've mentioned, actually, like the week 2 is going to start tomorrow, right? And also, if everyone just take a good look at our schedule, you'll find out for the week 2, we only have 4 days.
Yes.
Right? And 1 group for 1 day.
1 group for 1 day. So tomorrow is going to be Group A that is going to be having all their games for week 2, right?
So yeah, in other words, that Group A's game is going to be all settled down tomorrow in the group stage.
Lovely. Well, for Nanjing here right now, they've got 3 points after 1 win and 1 loss. They lost against eStarPro, right? So if they want to have an opportunity to try to take the first place from eStarPro, they must win the next game against eStarPro and make it all the way to 6.
You do have ambitions.
Yeah, of course. For me, every single team needs to have goals that they match with their performances. And for Nanjing here, what other goal should be in group stage more than being in a better position than eStarPro? There's no other goal.
True. Like actually there's a saying, right? Like if you set up like a higher goal for yourself, you're gonna reach like higher standard. No matter you're gonna like eventually got that result or not, but anyway, you're gonna have a higher standard.
Learn to aim higher. That's for sure. In this first game, we had Nanjing Hero against eStarPro. It was a great performance by Nanjing Hero. Right now, we're just waiting to see who's going to be the MVP, right? Like, I think that everyone played really well. Like, it was a team effort, that's for sure. But let's see who the MVP is going to be. It's on your screen, Hero, Zhouku.
Zhouku, Luban. Actually, like by using this Luban, Zhouku already has several standouts. And in this game, that brawl happened on the bottom lane. He used his ultimate to pull 3 members back. That's quite outstanding. And also, as I've just mentioned about, actually, Zhouku rotated from the marksman to the support, the position, just before our KIC was kicked off. So that's quite a short time.
What position did he play before?
Marksman. Bell's position. For a long time, you know, he's quite experienced. He's playing this game for over like maybe several years right now.
great performance by him, right? Like just the way he knows exactly what a marksman needs.
Ah.
So that's the reason why he's been such a good support.
Like, I've suffered a lot through these years.
Like he knows exactly. Like, when I was a marksman, what would I have wanted my support to do?
Yeah, when I was a marksman, so many enemies just came out from my rear, behind me. Now he knows exactly the way. And this one, Flash with the ultimate, quite stunning.
Quite stunning. Like he pulls two members from lsurus at the same time, allowing Tunfang to come in and take a double kill.
Yeah. Oh, and those actually got a triple kill at the last team fight.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Like look at that. Look at how good Joku was. That even though Tunfang got like double kills and triple kills, he didn't get MVP. The importance of a good support, right?
Yeah.
There's nothing better than just having a good support.
Good support really means a lot to the team because actually the support, this position in our game would be the core, I guess.
Yeah.
It's not the core of like letting you to do those output, to do all those damage. It's more like it's going to be the brain of your team.
Yeah,
You're going to be the leader.
It's going to be the director of the whole orchestra.
I like director, that phrase.
To be the director of the orchestra. Each one of the players on their own instrument is going to be amazing. Without a good director, then it's going to be tough for them to sound like what they are, an amazing team.
Yeah, so what support need is to like set different characters to his like team members, like, right? Call for all those movements. Yeah, actually this game's quite smooth and quick also. So let's just...
The whole advantage starts over there in 1 minute of the game, as you can see. And then just steadily just keeps going, growing and growing and growing, and just keeps going all the way until at 8:14 it was too much for lsurus to take.
Yeah, and if I'm correct that that go different happened like 1,000 per minute, right?
Yes.
From 1 minute.
Yes, exactly.
The one that you just mentioned.
So it's just a matter of like how Nanjing here was able to just control all the different buffs, control all the different jungle, not allowing them. I remember in a moment, Sick tried to go and try to push in the bottom lane. And as Sick tried to push in the bottom lane, I thought that could slow down Nanjing here a little bit more. But they didn't even mind about that lane. It was a good decision by the jungler just to try to go and push on the lane and then just come back and try to support his teammates. But it just was not effective against a team like Nanjing Hero.
Yeah, like for Nanjing Hero, once I saw you appeared in the mini-map on the opposite side, I'm gonna go for the rest of team members. I'm just go straight for you. Yeah,
ups and downs for sure for Sick, right? Ups and downs. Like that was a good decision, but this first one in the first minute, I think that this should not be happening at all.
Like first thing first, he should not have so much hesitation when he want to, get that red buff back.
Yeah, I don't know why Bell just kept moving forward. He should have just gone under his turret. It was still like before 4 minutes. Under his turret, he was going to be in a more safer spot. Bell decides to just go out of his turret, and that's the reason why he fell.
And also, actually, that's something to do with like his passive. Like he really, why he can like after surrounded by 3 people, he can buy so many times to wait for Joku to come up. That's the reason why he's keep doing those output, keep using this first ability, help him to restore the HP.
All right. Great game by Nanjing Hero. Let's wait and see what the series can do in our second game of this best out of 2. We'll go for a rest and we'll be back in a minute. I'm just very glad to see people from Latin America and Mexico, from this region, playing the game. That should be just the highlight point in this whole participation. Like, besides of whatever that eSurus can do against Nanjing Hero, what we need to focus on is just the fact that now our game made it all the way to Latin America and Mexico. That's already a huge victory for us.
And though, actually for this time, it might be a little bit hard for them to make it to the next round.
Yeah.
But I do believe after this episode, it's not going to be the end. It's going to be continued.
Yeah, like they need to keep playing. If they keep playing and they keep working, if for the next KIC we can still see eSurus, if for the next KIC we can still see these 5 players, well, these 6 players counting Huang in, right? Like, I'm totally sure that we're gonna see a completely different team. So hopefully, next KIC we can still see eSurus in here.
Yeah, the difference is gonna be they're gonna be stronger.
I hope so. I can only hope for that, because in this game, you just need to keep playing every single time. The difference between one patch and the other is just gigantic, don't you think?
True. And also, we always say like a different patch build up different teams. Yes. Because it's gonna like be suitable for individuals. You won't know like what the future is gonna be.
Let's wait and see what eSurus is going to do. Nanjing Hero decides to be in the red side. eSurus is going to take the blue. That's
quite clever, because that's just gonna be the one I want to mention about. If your marksman have limited hero pool, the best position for you is just grab one from the first phase of picking, right? You don't need to use it as a counter pick.
It is difficult, right? Like a lot of people see that in different ways, right? You have a very strong point in what you mentioned. If you depend so much on your marksman, well, try your very best just to find a marksman that is gonna be meta, right? Like that is very important. On the other side, if you're picking a marksman very early in the BP, the other team has so many different options just to try to counter that marksman, right? So it has its ups and downs, right? Like, it's not completely correct. At the same time, it is not completely incorrect as well.
Oh, and actually, you know, this point just brings me out of like another perspective.
Go ahead.
It's because like when we go through and see those differences between different teams from different regions, actually there's one thing I want to highlight. It's about mechanics. Because actually for these tournament, mechanics gonna be this like the threshold, right?
Yes.
You need first have this mechanics. You can't like just prioritize the counter pick at the very first point. You need to make sure like you're in the same level. But due to like the limited time they play in this game, actually like mechanics must be like ensured during this like picking phase.
I believe that mechanics is just like an entry ticket, right?
True.
Without the proper mechanics, like it is very difficult to come and stand in here even to stand a chance to be able to move forward, right?
Yeah.
But at least, from what we have seen from eSurus, they are trying to absorb everything that they can from this experience. They're trying to be sponges.
Yeah.
Just act like a sponge and just try to come here and try to improve.
Just soak in.
Just soak in everything that you can, right? Talking about soaking in information, that's going to be the first time that we're going to see this here on these qualifiers and in the group stage. Chao.
What? Why? I was like, well, maybe. Here's one point.
Go ahead.
Because we all know, like, if we go to the quarterfinals, right? Quarterfinals, they're gonna be best of 7. We're gonna do best of 7.
Yes.
And we all know, like, for Hero, they did this rotation for only like 1 month. So maybe the thing for them is trying to use as much compositions as possible. Really? All right, let's go party, everyone. Let's go party.
Okay, I am.
Wow, do you remember the first appearance of eSurus? I was like more than one time. They always use Xiao as the mid, right? During like back to their qualifiers. But this is gonna be the first time we saw Xiao appearing at KIC stage.
This is gonna be a very interesting game in terms of we have a lot of heroes that normally you would not see, right? Like for example, let's start just breaking things down a little bit.
Sure.
Cao, the option, they're gonna be playing him as what? A jungler?
A jungler.
Cao has not been a very strong pick recently because number one, as a warrior in top lane, he does not have an advantage against any of the other heroes, right?
Yeah.
Extremely late game. Does not actually is able to win lane faster than everyone else. His ultimate is online as you have gold, and right now in this meta, like you normally as a top laner you give your gold to the junglers.
Yeah.
So that's the reason why Cao has not been actually out there. Now Cao as a jungler right now, we have so many assassins available that option has not actually been put out there.
So limited, right?
Yeah.
I totally get your point. So the only thing that came up to my mind is that heroes want to prepare for that best of 7. They know like they are rare of compositions. They are rare of those hero pools. So that's the reason why they want to use as much compositions as they can during this best of 2.
Using time wisely, exactly what you just meant. If I have one extra game right over here that I can use for warming up to get more familiar and prepare for the BO7, and why not? Let's do that. And on the other side, well, Xiao.
Oh, I love this hero. As a mid player, I do prefer this hero. And for all those audience overseas, I highly recommend you to use Xiao or Angela as your like very first hero to play with, right? In our game, because it's quite easy, don't require a lot of mechanics, but dealing like high burst damage. Once you just like pile up your items, that's gonna be devastating.
Well, let's wait and see what Kang can do. I am looking forward for this match. Kang is going to be on that Xiao and Mengeche is going to use Ata as a support.
Yeah, that's the one I know, eStarPro. That's the one I recognize from their qualifiers. But to be honest, right, like if we be realistic, Xiao's gonna be really vulnerable in this competition. Things like they have Lambert, they have Mai Shidanui, they have Cao, they have Guan Yu, so
everything is going to be a threat.
Yeah,
everything is going to be a threat for her.
But anyway,
let's wait and see. Let's wait and see what's going to happen. This is going to be our game 2 of this best of 2. It's going to be either Nanjing hero taking a win one more time and taking 3 points, or it's going to be eStarPro with their first victory in KIC.
This game's going to be really fun. Let's just go for a party.
Look at that. Defending. At least they're defending 3v3 right now. Oh, they want to go for the kill. Xinghan's gonna have to use his flash to run away.
Oh, something happened in eStarPro. You can feel it, right? You can smell it. Those kind of like desire, those kind of aggressiveness.
Xinghan doesn't have his dash. Oh, he comes in with 1. It's gonna take some damage from the turret, but the damage is not gonna be fatal.
Yeah, because of the protection that dealt by that turret.
Better opening for eStarPro.
Exactly.
Look at that. Way better opening.
Yeah.
It's 1 minute, and they've been able to protect their jungle.
Yeah, that's what the thing's supposed to be done. Really nice start.
Beautifully done. Let's wait and see. Well, if they can keep going at this pace, why not?
Yeah.
We might be up for a surprise. Let's wait and see what's gonna happen. Everything just snowballs from one mistake, right? Let's wait and see how long time can they stand like this without making the one mistake that could allow Nanjing hero to start getting bigger and bigger.
We need to check heroes' rotation because for these heroes, they earn the vision control.
When RJ needs to push back, he does not have a 4. He needs to get out of there. Like, do not try to protect that turret. Just let it go. It's totally fine. Just let it go. There's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, and the sound made by that horse from Dongfang is quite threatening, isn't it?
It is.
Because you can hear it in the game.
All right, eStarPro needs to start rotating towards top lane. They need to start rotating. Look at that, they've got 4 people. It's gonna be a 4v2 in there. He procs his ult, he's got his eyes on Dongfang. It's going to be a first blood for eStarPro.
Whoa!
Look at that. They want more. DRG is going to jump as well. No Fear needs to dash out of this fight. Now it's going to be a 1-to-1 trade. Good start for lsurus. And this fight is gonna go for them.
Yeah, this is 1-1 trade and Heng using Xiao just take the first blood. I was cheering in behalf of all those Xiao player. Such a nice movement.
Nice movement.
Yeah, and it's a really beautiful start for lsurus.
Yeah, they saw that they had a 4v2 in there.
Yeah.
But you know what? Like after they take that kill, they should have just left. DRG is just trying to bite a little bit more than he can chew. He jumped in. Could have been a little bit better.
Yeah. Well, maybe like for him, he just wanna like take more because they're aiming for the jungler.
Yeah. Let's remember how we started game 1. Their goal was just to take their first kill, and right now they just look a completely different team. After you get the first one, like things just start looking different now.
True. But let's like looking towards the bottom lane. Gongsun is being so painful.
It's difficult for Sleda right over there.
Yeah.
That's for sure. Like he does not get the support that his mid laner could provide, right?
Yeah.
Like for Xiao, it's going to be difficult just to get out of that mid lane. When she wants to go out and try to support, needs to make such a huge circle around the jungle.
Like, and also like for Xiao, if she really wants to rotate, like Ata need always be following up Xiao.
Of course.
Yeah.
Look at that. Look at where Lumber is right now. Like Lumber is just there waiting.
Yeah.
Waiting just to see who's going to rotate that way. And look at the rotation from Hero. Right now they know that they've got the number. It's going to be a 4 against 2 over there in top lane. Look at that. The Armageddon comes in, and it's Kai, the one that is going to fall. Now DRG is going to have to ult his way out of this fight.
The flash and the ultimate has been forced out. It's a 1 versus 2, and he nearly takes Xiao down.
Look at that Kang taking extremely low.
Yeah.
They thought that they could take on that fight, and sadly for him, it was not right.
Yeah, though he had a really nice start, but to be honest, like let's be realistic. For this composition, Xiao's gonna be really easy to be killed by heroes like those heroes.
Let's wait and see. Right now, things are just turning a little bit more for the side of Nanjing Hero. A 4,000 gold advantage right now at this moment. But at the same time, look at ISG. lsurus does not want to let it go. Joku just allowing everyone to get vision. Like that's the main important thing about being a support. And you need to allow vision so your people can make better decisions.
And here's another thing that we want to mention a little bit about. It's more about like the game playing style. Once you saw those front laners standing in front of you, a lot of people would think it would be a waste to dealing damage on them.
Oh, the Armageddon comes in straight to the back line. It's going to be a DRG trying to counterattack. Takes 2 of Heroes players. No Fear and Xinghen are going to fall.
Such a nice crowd control done by lsurus. You see, like for those big team fight, 5 versus 5, and all those ultimate, and also under
just
the
look
turret.
at that. Like Joku just uses his flash, comes in, and then they are not able to take on anyone. DRG jumps in the best way as possible, putting himself right in between his teammates and the turret, isolating half of Hero. Well done.
Such a nice movement and counterattack by lsurus. So actually, like there's a 3,000 gold difference, but that's like way more better than the previous series. And also for lsurus, wait.
Sick, he's gonna have to proc his ult to get out of that. No Fear, and that's how he's not he's not having a very comfortable game.
Yeah.
Like that pick of No Fear just when that's Cao. We can start seeing why Cao is not being a meta hero right now.
True. Especially when he's using as a jungler. If he don't have a really huge gold lead, it won't like weaken him. And also like without the flash, instead of carrying the smite, he's gonna be a little shorter.
Sleda just completed
very
close, right? Like he came back home from the bush. Dongfang knew that he was there half a second late.
And again, like back to that topic, when you saw those front laners standing in front of you, don't think it's gonna be a waste to dealing those normal attacks on them. Actually, you need to poking down some of the HPs.
Yeah.
Don't let them to be so solid.
Poking down their HP bars, right? You need to understand that it's just poking.
Yeah.
It is not supposed to go for the kill. You're supposed to just poke down.
Yeah.
And Getcha trying his best to protect the turret.
You see, YaLLa is constantly using her second ability to poking those HPs down. But instead, ysurus didn't do anything. They just like retreat and hold back.
They know that they cannot initiate. I'm so sorry, like they do not have the opportunity over there to initiate. They need to know exactly where Dongfang is. And if they start the fight and they just focus on dealing damage and not thinking about where Dongfang is, that's gonna be it. Ace at 8 minutes.
Yeah, so they need to be cautious. But the good news to them is if they want to do those counter-attack, those team fight happening under their high ground tower, they don't really need to pay that careful, like keep watching Dongfang because like all those ways have been blocked by those high ground towers. So this is gonna be a good news. But after one being taken down, that's gonna be disaster.
So as long as they have a high ground turrets over there, they're gonna be fine.
Yeah.
Look at that, Bell is being isolated one more time. It's going to be when RJ trying to take on him, but his damage is not lethal. He's the one that is going to fall instead. Sick is being surrounded by 4 people. They're gonna be taking him down. Now it's going to be only Kang.
Oh, but she just vanished. It's an ace done by Hero, gathering 5 people using those minion waves on the bottom. Just go straight to the crystal. Game 2, congratulations to Hero.
Congratulations to Hero on taking game 2, and congratulations to ysurus on a very, very, very good opening. In my opinion, the best opening that I've seen from an other area team playing against a KPL team. In terms of opening, that is what you want to see.
And that's exactly what we expect to see from ysurus. And once they like using those heroes with full of confidence, you see, like those most play heroes in their hand, they're gonna be more aggressive.
That's a very interesting topic for us to discuss, right? Like we need to just bring that to the table. We know exactly that in KIC there are meta picks. And at the end of the day, you might just find yourself with tunnel vision in terms of, I must pick the meta picks because those are meta. Do you really need to take the meta picks? Because right now ysurus just showed us that without playing with the meta picks, actually playing with the heroes that they are more comfortable, more familiar with, they had a way better performance. What do you think? Are they supposed to go for the meta picks just because they're meta? Or are they supposed to go with what's familiar to them?
Well, you know, this is an interesting topic because it depends on how you're going to define meta. Because if we give a quick review to those qualify happened in those different regions, actually like YaLLa or those like Miyamoto Musashi are not considered as what we called meta pick in their regions, right? They're doing it in their way of playing style, using Alta as support, like Zhuangzhou have a high priority or well, etc., right? But after they like been participating in KIC, they've saw those teams from KPL region playing with all those what we consider as meta pick. They start to follow up. They search like, is it like trendy? Is it like the true answer to this meta? So they began to follow up. They began to follow the trend. But the problem is they only have a few time. They only have 1 month to like adapt to those meta picks. So that's going to be a huge task. So back to that point, actually from my perspective, the best thing for them to build up that confidence, the best choice is going to be choose the one that they're going to have the highest confidence with. And that's going to build up or pile up all those competencies.
So summarizing a little bit from your point, you believe that meta is understood differently by different areas. So what it could be meta for KPL might not be meta for the other area teams. Is that what you want to say?
It depends on your playing style.
Okay, so if it depends on your playing style, so then meta is not defined by the patch. Meta is defined by the players. It's defined by whoever that is on those heroes. So at the end of the day, the understanding from KPL might not be the best suit for the understanding of the other area teams.
Yeah, we can say so, or like if we put it in another word, we can say it's too early for them to learn those what we thought would be meta pick, because all those meta picks we considered, they need composition, they need coordination, they need tight cooperation, right? So for them right now, it's just like step by step. They can learn for those meta picks, but from now on, the thing that they really need is not about those mechanics, it's confidence. How they're going to build up confidence by using the one that they're really familiar with.
I like that. I like that. Hero Joku is going to be the MVP for this game. Congratulations to him.
Yeah.
Great performance in both games for Joku, right? Just talking a little bit more on that. The way that they played right now is completely different to the phase that we saw from lsurus in the previous 5 games. lsurus in this game, I won't say that they were more aggressive, but at least they were in a better understanding of what to do with each of the heroes that they had individually.
Yeah.
It just felt like they were more confident about what they would need to do as individuals.
Yeah, again, highlight confidence. It's because actually it's not easy for you to master a hero, right?
Yeah.
Because a different hero has this different playing style, and you need to exactly know that, like cooldowns and all those skill earnings or effects. Like you need to master a hero, at least you need to have like thousands of games playing with this hero. But it's just like too early for lsurus or for those teams from other regions.
Let's wait and see. That was a really nice performance. Sadly for them, they're going to go home again with another loss. But this time they got 3 kills. So just keep analyzing that. It's exactly what we said. It's just a matter of process. You go step by step. Your first step, trying to get your first kill. You got that one. Then your second step, trying to protect your jungle in a better way. Try not to start losing at the minute 1. And up until minute 5, lsurus was still in the game.
And again, to your that point you mentioned after we done that game 1, it's more because after you have those goals, right? There's so many teams ahead of them within like those kind of experience for years and all those mechanics. Actually, they have like best teacher to learn from. So just treat it as a class.
Treating this as a class is a great opportunity. What they earned, right? Because they were not invited here. You got to remember that lsurus came through a very long qualifier that we had in the whole Latin American Mexico region. They were not given anything for free for them to be here today in this platform. They had to work really hard against other teams from their region, from their area. As a region, as an area, can they improve? Can they get better? Yeah, for sure. They can still get better. They can still improve. But they worked really hard to make it here to that Group A.
They earned it.
They earned it.
So let's recheck our standings right now. Like from the week 1, all games from Hero and lsurus have already done. And our next matchups are also going to happen between 2 teams from Group A.
Yeah, eStarPro is going to be playing against Gen.G Esports, right?
Yeah.
eStarPro is going to have the opportunity to finish as one of those teams in the first round robin, the first week of this double round robin, finishing with 9 points. Not all teams are going to be able to do that. Right now, the only teams that they have that option, eStarPro and Beijing Wave on XYG. Beijing Wave was playing against XYG, so one of the 2 of them is going to finish with either 6 or 7 points for both. Let's see if eStarPro can just make it all the way to 9.
If it makes to 9, it also means eStarPro gonna have like 3-2-0 win, right? All right, our interview is ready now. Let's see who's gonna be with us for this turn. Hello， 东方，先来和大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是南京很有酒精东方。
首先想问一下第一个问题啊，就是你们在这个第2轮的时候，当时想到选这个曹操的一个当时局内是怎么沟通的呢？
因为训练赛打过嘛，然后觉得曹这个英雄就比较好打，所以说就选了。
Okay, so the first question is why they picked Cao Cao as their jungler during the second game. And he said because they use it during the trainings and they thought it works, so they just take it out. So the next question would be like, actually the week 2 is going to start tomorrow and all games going to be done in one day. Is there any preparation that you did? 我们都知道其实那个第2周的比赛明天就要开始了嘛，然后 A 组的所有比赛其实明天1天就结束了。你们对这样的一个赛程有做什么样的准备吗？
就全力以赴吧，对每场比赛都认真对待。
Okay, so we're just gonna like do our best and be serious towards every match. All right, thanks for you to having our interview and really looking forward to your future play. 感谢你接受我们的采访，期待你们之后精彩的表现。You know, Dongfeng's quite introvert, you know, like after I met him several times, he's quite introvert, but when you see him play in the game, he's gonna like turn into a totally different person.
Yeah, let's wait and see. Hopefully in the future he's going to give us a little bit more information during our interviews. But well, our game 1 is done. Now let's move into game 2 between Wuhan eStarPro and Gen.G Esports. It's going to come right after the break. Game 2, Wuhan eStarPro against Gen.G Esports. Let's see if Wuhan eStarPro can finish with 9 points. 3 games, 3 wins, 6-0. Can they do it? What do you think?
Wow, there's high possibility to achieve that, I guess. Wow, because we can see after Wuhan eStarPro show up after like 2 months, they actually still got their dominance. Right? During this like matchups, they sweep heroes, sweep eStarPro, all end up with 2-0, and now play against with Gen.G. Though Gen.G is quite strong in those wildcard qualifiers teams, but still like eStar's going to be much more experienced. It's going to be an uphill challenge for Gen.G.
It is going to be an uphill challenge for them. I totally agree on that. Like, it's not going to be easy. They're going to have to bring their A game if they want to have even a chance to survive and try to compete against eStarPro, which for me has been the most consistent of all the KPL teams.
But you know, actually, to my surmise,
Yep.
if my guess is right, actually for eStar, I expect them to use some like different compositions. Because eStars now, they definitely gonna like just go for that best of 7, right?
Yeah.
Right? They're now preparing for it, and we all know like there's some difference between in this meta for those mid. So we can see actually yesterday they used Luna paired with Baidi Shouyue.
Yeah.
So if they're really gonna use those different compositions, that might be a chance for Gen.G.
Well, let's wait and see. Like, if they try to play something different, let's see how Gen.G is going to reply back to that. There's a lot of faces in here that they've seen each other before, right? I remember that Huang has already had an amazing, an incredible fight against JY. I remember in 2019 for the World Championship that we had in that moment. They had a base race that was insane. eStarPro playing against Rocks when JY was still playing for Rocks. It just came down to Huang trying to steal the base and JY trying to steal eStarPro's base. It was crazy.
Oh, it really brought back a lot of memories. And I still remember Huang at that time. Actually, he was like quite new to the game or to the tournament.
I remember that Huang was like the youngest player in eStarPro in that moment.
He's like called the genius marksman at that time, right? He was playing the marksman position. But now see, he's gonna be like already be the lead of Wuhan eStarPro. Time flies.
Sometimes you're the young one, sometimes you're the leader, and then with the time, Huang has just cemented his position there in eStarPro as just being right now the head, the lead, the captain for that team.
Yeah, he really like grew a lot.
That's a good thing.
Let's check the face. Oh, we can see actually from the first round of fan pick, Wuhan eStarPro are really doing something right now. They take away Lü Bu, they take away Gong Sun Li, and this composition should be the best one for Gen.G from the previous series.
Yeah. But right now, if we're gonna have eStarPro taking such an amazing combo in there, right? Like they could just pair it with any kind of jungler, and they would still have an advantage.
Yeah, the jungler's hero pool now wide open. The option is wide open.
Now the question is gonna be: are they gonna go for some meta junglers, or are they gonna try something like Nanjing here and try to train on something different?
I guess it's just gonna go normal. Well, because after they like taken those 3 heroes away from Gen.G, it kind of gives me that sense of they really want this game to be done.
Yeah.
They really want to end it with 2-0, or at least they need to take the first game.
Yeah, I agree with you. Just thinking about that after I just made that comment, if I would be their coach, I would just say, like, you know what, like, let's just go and try to make this one a solid one, and then if we need to practice something, if we need to experiment something, we can always just do that in the second game.
And that's exactly what they did like yesterday. They used their like signature composition to win the first round, and for the second round, they go for Baidi Shouyue with Luna.
Gen.G Esports is going to reply back with a Jing, but they're taking too long time. Okay, I thought that they were going to change their mind in there, but no. Jing is going to be a lock. Xue on that Jing.
Well, to be honest,
Yeah.
We just take a good look at these two compositions and cover the team's name, I would just give it 50-50.
50-50?
50-50. I'm sure, I'm like, seriously, 50-50.
Okay.
Because like...
Why would you say a 50-50? Just explain to us your logic. I would love to hear it.
Like one by one. For eStarPro, they have a really solid front liners. And also like the composition or the CC is quite hard. And on the other hand, for Gen.G, actually they have some winning lanes. For example, the mid, She's gonna move quicker. And also from the bottom, Gen.G is gonna play defensively, but he's not gonna like fall behind.
Yeah.
Because the second ability allows him to purify that mark.
Okay, so now I understand what you mean. Just if you take the names of the teams and the names of the players away and you only see the heroes,
yes,
then it is a 50-50.
That's my point.
Okay, yeah. So I agree with you on that. On that, I completely agree with you.
Yeah, I mean, cover the team's name. So actually, that mentioned about another topic that we've discussed before. It's about the composition actually is quite solid and quite fair. So
yeah.
The point is going to be how you're going to execute it in the game. That's going to be the difference, right?
Let's wait and see what Gen.G is going to do. We have a lot of very high expectations towards Generation Gaming Esports. We're expecting them to come here and do the same as with Scars and with the same with as Impunity. Comparison with all the other teams from the other regions, they are the teams with the most experienced players and the teams that have like more solid understanding of the game.
Yeah.
So let's wait and see what Gen.G is going to do in here.
And again, yeah, there's no teams from other regions have ever take even 1 point from teams from KPL region. So we are
and
really looking
KIC
forward.
hasn't happened.
Yeah. To see one team to done that achievement.
First game of this game 2 of today. Wuhan eStarPro is going to be taking the blue side. Generation Gaming Esports is going to take in the red.
For eStar, if they to our guess, they really want to take this round down, they're going to be really serious. And that's one featured characteristic of eStar. They're quite stable.
Yeah, look at that. Just moving 3 people to the mid, trying really quickly to put Glow very low and then trying to invade. One of the good things about eStarPro is that whenever that they try to invade, they don't try to go straight for a blue. They don't try to go for a red. They just try to go for those small monsters in the jungle.
Yeah.
Like they try to go for the lizards. They try to go for the bears. And look at that Ziyan trying to protect. They know that Fei came in. He needs to dash away. Can he dash away for sure?
Wow, a nice second ability, but actually glows under his protection of the tower, so nothing needs to be worried about. Chongqing, another one, that's worth mentioning.
Look at that, Gen.G started really well. They tried to protect, they tried to invade. Like in the moment that Fei and Glow moved in to try to check on the bears, trying to take on a little bit of that jungle, eStarPro just slapped them in the face, asking them for a little bit more respect.
So actually there's some mistakes made by Fei. Like the only skills allow him to get away from all the surrounders will be the second ability.
Yeah.
So you don't need to use that second ability to leap in. Actually, you need to rely on that ability to let you escape from it. So just save it.
Waiting on Yizhong. 1v1.
1v1. But now Yizhong got his ultimate, so
That's,
might be a
you
little
see,
bit different.
and that's exactly what we're talking about. In terms of mechanics, a lot of the Gen.G players are a very similar level to the players in the KPL areas, right?
True.
Like for a lot of the Gen.G esports players, they've been playing for a long while. So if you put them in a 1v1, there's not that many mistakes that you're going to be seeing happen. Okay, Y is going to be put up by Taran, that he jumps in, falling in by the Winter's here. Damage is pouring from the skies. Now it's going to be Xue, so he's trying his best to try to get at least 1 kill, but it's going to be a triple kill for Taran.
Triple kill, 5-0 start. This ultimate landed by Tanran have just tear up Gen.G. It was like unbelievable.
It's just like, look at the way that JY TPs in, right? He TPs in and then immediately he just uses his ultimate. As he uses his ultimate, like the whole eStarPro knew that he was just meat. Meat just waiting for someone to take.
Yeah. This triple kill. And you can see that CC, right? The ultimate by Zhao Jun and also the ultimate by Lu Bu.
Yeah.
Just cover the landform and like maximize that AoE damage. There
was nothing that they could have done.
Yeah.
Look at that phase is gonna use his ultimate in a very desperate way, trying to run away from the people from eStarPro.
Yeah.
I don't know why he jumped in there.
Again, I don't want to like point fingers at someone, right? But say like during this 3 minutes of performance, he really needs to be like much more cautious. Especially if they're playing against with eStar, one of the strongest teams from KPL region.
Someone needs to take responsibility out of this, and I think that Faye is the person to take responsibility about this one. These first 4 minutes, he's already fallen 3 times.
Yeah. That's not a good sign.
No, it is not. E-Tron is going to eat one of the Imperial Orders. But then look at that, JY being frozen in. That's going to be Tanran jumping in, followed in by the damage brought by half of all eStarPro.
eStar is now on slot. Again, going for Jing. Rampage already goes to Tanran.
Has destroyed a tower.
eStar's now gonna be unstoppable, to be honest. Especially for their like gold difference, 5,000 gold lead goes to eStar. And also the composition allows them to be dominating during the early mid game.
Like their composition and the gold advantage, look, there's nothing that right now Gen.G can do.
Yeah.
JY, very unlucky for him. Jumps in, he thinks that he can initiate, but then he just takes all of the eStarPro's abilities. Look at that. Unstoppable already.
Just as I just mentioned.
Blue team has destroyed a tower.
Now things gonna be really painful and torturing for Gen.G, to be honest. There's actually little things they can do to turn this around.
There isn't much. Look at that. Yang is going to take the turret damage and he's going to proc his ultimate, allowing eStarPro to take control of not only the mid lane, but the bottom lane as well.
Bottom lane to push forward. And actually they also have the ability to even like poking down some HP bars and try to like keep pushing forward.
Tanran's gonna be spotted over there in the bush.
Tanran's not gonna be fearless. Gen.G is like damaged now, like their output can't be a really huge threat to us.
You know, because we normally said that Lu Bu is a late game hero, right?
Yeah.
And look at that, like already in the early game, already 5-0 KDA.
If you check the item, actually it's quite different from what we usually considered as the one. He's maximized both the armor defensive and also he's trying to give the siege breaker.
Yeah, like if he has a siege breaker right over here, he just needs to proc his ult anywhere. He can take on half of HP bars of half of Gen.G at the same time. Look at that. Comes in, jumps in, one gone. Kick keeps going. Look at Tanran still dealing damage.
Blue team.
The position, the team fight, and now they can just manage the waves and try to take down the high ground tower on the other 2 lanes.
Mid lane, we have Vanguards coming in. Weiling's trying to destroy the Vanguard, but he's being poked extremely low. His ultimate is wide. Now it's going to be Huang trying to jump in, but it's going to be Farron, the double kill, coming in for Huang.
And now the Vanguard already arrived. They're now going for Shen Mengxian. Another double kill goes to Qingrong. They're looking for more. They force Fei get back to his fountain. And with the Vanguard can just easily take down this crystal. Game 1, congratulations to eStar.
eStarPro getting in here, coming and taking a very strong composition in the BP and showing us that they are not here to play any games. They want to come finish this early and then just go home with 3 more points.
eStar's being serious about this game.
They don't play around.
See it. Yeah, they're not playing around. They're not like, all right, we're going to hold off, we're going to hold on, we're going to wait. No, this is exactly the eStar that we know. And from those team fights, actually, I always describe their team fight as an art. You can see like that kind of CC, that kind of like coordination, so tight, and all those positions.
It's like a choreography, right?
Oh, true. Exactly on the right position, on the right timing.
Great performance by eStarPro from Gen.G Esports. The way that they played that first minute, the way that they just lost so many battles in the first 2-3 minutes of the game. That's something that it cannot keep happening.
Yeah.
They still have a very good opportunity. They have 3 points that they took from lsurus. Nanjing Hero has only 6. Like, they can still try to improve and try to get a victory tomorrow from Nanjing Hero and force them into a drawbreak. Not the way that they're playing right now, though.
Yeah, and we all know like the week 2 is gonna start tomorrow. So actually, there's only least time for them to warm up or prepare for the next round, right? So if they do have the chance, they need to bulk up. They need to cheer up. They can't be like astonished by those power that eStar just showed.
Yeah. I feel like in some sort of way, Gen.G wanted to invade early without thinking actually on the rotation from Huang. They come into the red at the moment that they know that Huang has already finished cleaning the jungle on the blue buff. So as he gets the vision and he's on his way to try to get the mid lane sprite, both of them, both Faye and Glow, are catched in the red buff area.
Yeah.
The timing in there for that invasion was not the best.
And also like the skill they use is kind of wasteful because actually for this game, as you guys can already see, we're quite high tempoed and our cooldown's quite short. So every skill, every little skill matters a lot. You need to use it wisely and appropriately.
Taran, 507 KDA.
Oh, no doubt.
No, like he was playing as a extremely aggressive warrior.
Yeah. Because like for Lü Bu, in this kind of period, in a lot of teams, they want to use Lü Bu as a warrior in the early game or in the mid game. At least they need to wait after like 15 minutes. We'll let him to do the siege breaker to do more damage.
No, but the way that he just played with his items, right?
Yeah.
Like you were just mentioning that as we saw the item bar, he was not actually making any big items. He was just using the best, trying to use his gold in the best way to create a big variety of small items.
Use those small items to be cost effective and to like maximize both damage and also defense. Quite smart.
The way that he just jumped in there.
Yeah, an art.
JY allowed him to get on that triple kill. I'm so sorry. Like JY TP's in, but as you TP in, you need to know exactly what's going to be on their surroundings. He jumps in and then he's just surrounded by 3 people from eStarPro. He needs to use his ultimate to jump out of it, but after he uses his ultimate, then just Lü Bu just falls from the sky straight on his head.
Yeah, because like in that landform, in that entrance of, or what we'll call like tri-landform around that blue buff, everyone just gathering together from Gen.G. That's exactly the nice position and time for Lü Bu to jump in.
They tried to protect that blue buff and they actually ended up just paying with their lives. Sometimes you need to just learn to let things go. That's something that they need to learn. And JY just needed to let that blue buff go.
Wow, actually there's nothing need to be like more analyzing for this game because for Gen.G, I don't think they really show out their like true power or true skills. It's more like from the very first invasion they failed and they just kind of lost and just like be taken down by eStar.
Yeah, I feel like they were just like slapped in the face really hard and they were unable to actually just get back on their feet.
Yeah.
They played easy the whole game.
Yeah, and they kind of feel like lost and don't know like how to turn this around because there's like eStars always hang over them. You can see like forcing you back and just like robbery, you know, just grab everything we have and you're just watching them to snowball the game, but you have nothing to do with.
Sometimes that snowball just becomes an avalanche very quickly, very quickly. Game 2 is on its way. What can we do? What can Gen.G do today to prepare? Let's not even think about like trying to take a victory today against eStarPro, because that's not their realistic goal. Their realistic goal is just to improve today, so tomorrow when they face a Nanjing hero, they can actually beat Nanjing hero. What they can do today to prepare for tomorrow.
First, like, because as we say, it's just gonna start tomorrow. So don't let them to be disappointed. Don't let themselves to be like really in low mood. That's gonna be really vital. They need that kind of momentum, right?
So they need to work on their confidence. Triple kill from Lupu in there. Amazing. Just the way that Taran played the whole game. That's just beautiful to observe.
Yeah.
Sadly for JY, like all the abilities just fell on him all the time. Tyron had a great idea on what JY's positioning was gonna be.
And all those like team fights, all those CC just be quite tight and beautiful. There's like, I don't know, but for the game 2, if like it really follow up with our expectation, then eStar may try something different for the game 2, right?
Yeah.
So that might be a chance for Gen.G.
It might open a little door, right? It might open a little door just for them to try to take at least 1 point from this game, because after the performance from eStarPro, I see that as a very minusculous opportunity. Let's wait and see. We'll just go for a little break, and then when we come back, we're gonna have the second game between Wuhan eStarPro and Generation Gaming Esports. All right. Let's go. Game 2. Wuhan eStarPro. Look at that man. Like, look at him. He's just ready for this.
He's quite chill.
Of course. I love the way that SK is always like super chill about anything.
Yeah.
Like the way that you just saw him in there acting is the way that he acts when he's on the finals as well. Remember that he is the coach right now in the whole KPL area with the highest winning rate. Insane, because he's been with us since 2017. It's already been 5 years, and that man still has the highest winning rate.
That
Crazy.
statistics exactly show how strong he is, how great he is. And now, this is gonna be a little bit hard for Gen.G right now.
Look at that. 7-7-0.
Yeah.
7-7-0 and JY, they were teammates before.
Oh.
Yeah, when 7-7-0 was in South Korea, when he was working in there, he was teammates with JY. They were part of KZ, King Zone, Dragon X. An amazing team that before in the South Korean league, they had a very amazing performance. I remember SK was there with them as well.
That's quite new to me. Wow, because that was like...
That was a long time ago.
Yeah.
A long time ago. We're talking about 2018.
But you do have such a good memory.
I'm a man of memories. A man of memories. Let's see. Gen.G is going to be taken on the blue side. Wuhan eStarPro is going to be taken on the red.
Go for Gong Sun Li. No hesitation.
No hesitation, just straight up. Yeah.
Right?
Let's just wait. Let's just get that Gong Sun Li for YaLLa, and that YaLLa just carry the team, please.
Yeah.
We ask you, please carry us, please.
But the problem is, like, well, eStar tried something different. But if they already locked Zhang Fei plus Shimengxi, well, it seems like they're gonna be serious.
Well, if you're gonna try something different, clearly you're not gonna try something different in every single lane, right? And they could try something like what Hero did, and trying something different in the jungle option. Because when you play BO7, I think that that's gonna be the area that everyone's gonna have to have different compositions just to be fighting against. Like, you need to have a big variety of junglers. Maybe that could be an option for Wuhan eStarPro right now.
Or maybe Miyamoto Musashi is gonna be really good for this composition.
Oh yeah, but we know that Huang is solid on Miyamoto Musashi, right? So that wouldn't be anything new for us. So let's wait and see. Like, the only thing that we can do right now is just to be speculating, right? We can just keep speculating about that. We will not know until the last minute.
Is these two are these two compositions being so familiar to you? Because it's exactly their opponents used for the last matchup.
Yeah, exactly.
Isn't it?
When you have a handful of heroes that you know that they're the best in this exact patch, like what you're gonna do in a BO2 is give them to your opponent first, and then just take them for yourself after.
Yeah, it's a BO2 after all.
It's okay. When we're gonna go to BO7s, everything is gonna start being a little bit different.
And much more interesting, like, to my perspective. I'm really looking forward to seeing those coaches playing this chessboard in best of 7.
I know, right? Because a BO7 is just like, it's just like what you just mentioned. It's just a chess game. What you're going to do in terms of, like, my first choice in my BP for game 1 is going to define how I want to play game 5, how I want to be playing game 4, game 5, right? Like, that's how they want to do it. And all comes down to what you do in your BP during game 1.
Yeah, because when you're doing best of 7, it's gonna be a series of matchups. It's not gonna be like a single one. But for best of 7, they're just gonna all in, go wherever they got. In the second round of banning phase, they start banning away Lambert, and also for Gen.G, they ban away this Miyamoto Musashi.
Let's see, because Ata, no, they're gonna go with Ryukyu Tachibana. I was gonna say that Ata is one of those top laners that don't need much gold, right? Like, you would be able to just, like, hand your gold away to your jungler. So I was thinking about something like that. Ata would be a good combination with Luna. Or
Wei Xiangyu. I was thinking about Lü Bu because Lü Bu is one of like really signature hero of JY, right?
Yeah.
And also because of the true damage. Actually, this composition is quite solid with Lü Bu. And also Lü Bu can combine with Yixing, and they used Lü Bu with Yixing several times before. So why not they go for Lü Bu, but instead they use Liu Bang plus Lam.
Liu Bang going back to no, it's gonna be Liu Bu.
That's much more better.
Yeah, I was wondering because then you would have to play that Liu Bang as a top laner.
Yeah, the top laner is just like not that cost effective.
It is not that cost effective. That's true. Yao.
Yao. Usually in this meta, Yao would be used to do the counter attack to Lam because Yao is quite flexible, right?
Yes.
With a lot of like mobility, so Lam's gonna be really hard to deal with Yao. And also Yao can also take the responsibility of doing the split up push, and he would be a really tricky hero to catch. So
Tricky hero to catch for Xue. I would love to be able to see those 1v1s. A 1v1 in between those two. Let's wait and see if Xue is gonna try to bring the game to Huahai, or is it gonna be Huahai the one that is gonna be looking for Xue?
yeah, or like Huang maybe met two person, especially when Gen.G got Liu Bang as their support, right?
Yes. Liu Bang, Gong Sun Li, and Lam. Very popular combo.
Yeah, and also Gen.G's they already used this composition for several times, and I still remember there's so many standouts for JY by using Lü Bu. So again, if we cover up the name of the team, that's still gonna be like maybe this time like 60% of 40%, not 50-50. But it's more about like how you're gonna execute the composition in the game. That's gonna be the key point.
How they're gonna execute this, let's wait and see. There's gonna be the second opportunity for Generation Gaming Esports to try to take a victory against Wuhan eStarPro and go home with 1 point. But again, for me, the goal for them should be, what can we experiment on today? What can we improve on today for tomorrow's match against Nanjing Hero? For me, that should be Generation Gaming Esports goal.
Because that's gonna have some possibility for them to gain some points for themselves, right? And for this match, Sus is gonna be really suffering since eStar has got 3 smites.
Triple smite.
Smites. So that's gonna be suffering for Suse.
Poor Xue.
Poor guy. Go for it. Let's wait and see.
Let's wait and see. Something's gonna happen. And at the end of the day, if it's gonna be them invading your jungle, make a decision and you just go for theirs early, not just halfway through.
No hesitation once you want to do the invasion.
Look at that. Straight up. Putting Wailing extremely low. And Tanran just jumps into the blue.
Go straight forward towards the blue buff. They're trying to take down Yizhen's HP bar, and watch Tanran, such a nice movement by his second ability.
Insane, look at that, it's gonna be first blood. It's gonna go for Wailing, but he's going to fall right after.
This is a marksman's 1-1 trade. And this, another highlight during this brawl, that's Fei. The second ability paired with the flash actually initiate this brawl.
Yeah, but look at what Huahai was doing while everyone was fighting. Like everyone in here just fighting, trying to go for the blue. But look at Huahai. Took a wave, took a red, took jungle. He did everything. It is true, like look at that, Wailing in here. Great mobility using the parasol. Gets first blood.
Has slain an enemy.
But in terms of gold, everything is for Huahai.
This kind of scene just reminds me of those action movies, you see. Like it seems like they have different background music. One really peaceful, maybe some jazz, and another side, it's just gonna be really intense.
Oh,
again.
Look at that. One more time, Huahai coming in. He knows that he's already in 4. And not Xue. or JY had their ultimates available.
Well, it's going to be rich. Money doesn't grow up on trees.
No.
You earn it by those invasions, by those monsters in the
exactly. And again, like, let's just analyze what he did. While everyone was fighting there for the blue, he did not decide just to jump in and just join the fight. Like, he just took control of the opponent's jungle. Not only his resources, like he took the other team's resources as well. Look at that, wow, taking on JY, the Wild Blood is gonna come in for him, Xue Ying. Xue does not have the angle to jump in, and it's gonna be Glow, the one that's gonna have to flash away. Xue Ying taking 2 kills in there, double kills for him.
He even won more. He already got like double kills goes to him. And already eStar just grab everything they can. They just rob the field, and the goal difference is gonna increase. Oh,
yeah. I love Xue Ying right now.
Xiao's gonna even use that slide. He was like...
He just smiled and he's like, you know what? I already got 2 kills, my guy. I'm carrying today.
I'm gonna carry this. You see this ultimate, wow, this beautiful.
Red team
Poor YaLLa had no opportunity in there. Xue Ying just completely nailed him down.
And also, actually, that position of Gen.G was totally like divided in several individual parts.
Yeah.
It's a little bit hard for them to handle that situation. Now, with this red buff, with 2 kills, this is a tough guy.
Yes. Very tough support right now. Being stunned, he still has his ultimate available, but look at him, he just does not proc it.
Yeah,
he understands how difficult it is for him to have his energy bar ready for that ult.
He's gonna save it.
He's saving it, and right now it's going to be 5 people coming in. He procs it. Is it gonna be enough? It's gonna be Ijon, the one that is gonna be boxed in. Now it's going to be Chiron jumping in from behind. He takes 1 kill. Glow is being taken extremely low. Tanran is still on the hunt.
And watch Tanran just go straight in, get 1 kill, and easily can get away from it. Even can clean up the wave. They want more. They want the rest of the 3 members. Check Lam want to get Zhangfei, but Zhangfei just jump away from it. And now Gen.G, they have nowhere to go. They're being pushing back towards the walls, and he wants to take 1 enemy back, bring him back, but no more damage can doubt. This is another 0-2 trade.
A great fight and a great show from Xue Ying, right? Because we saw how he was being taken extremely low, and he just was keeping to his ult, controlling himself, not actually forcing it out. And when 5 of them came out, he knew that was the right moment. Followed in by Ethan's great ability to just find the areas to deal damage. They turned a 5 against 2 into a lot of kills for eStarPro.
Yeah, that's the highlight. That was a 5 versus 2.
Yeah.
But Yizhen and Xiang just, hold them off and wait for their teammates to aid and help them to turn this around.
Great things. Great things.
You can see, like, actually Gen.G is trying to do something, but it seems like they do not have a plan.
They don't have a plan. Look at that. Xue is going to fall. Xinrong. Right now his damage is too much for them to take. Glow is being brought back one more time. A 3v1. He's going to go back to base.
Oh, now things gonna be really hard for Gen.G, and the goal difference goes to 8,000. eStar. Again, ultimate is available for Xiang.
Wow.
Man, a combo, nice one. Force out the flash and go for YaLLa. YaLLa has been taken down, and the ultimate block away the way for JY to escape from this team fight. 2 men being nailed down.
15 seconds until YaLLa can come back. It's going to be Glow, the one that is going to follow. They need to clean this way. Now Xue jumps in. He's going to be surrounded by 5. Useless effort to try to protect the turret as minion waves are coming in.
I barely can see the coordination from Gen.G. It seems like they already lost themselves in the game, lost themselves in this intense pace, forcing by eStarPro. And
eStarPro wants to jump in. It's going to be JY, the one that jumps first. He jumps in, but he's going to burst down. It's going to be one more time, the power play for eStarPro.
But luckily for JY, he sacrificed himself to clean up the mid lane.
Yes. Just trying to push back a little bit the inevitable. I find this just already inevitable. The way that eStarPro is playing right now. Look at that. The Wild Blood comes in. Then the kitty bombs fall from the skies. Chloe is going to be taken low. It's going to be Wailing, the one using his parasol to push back Xue Ying. The crystal is already under damage. It's going to be eStarPro turning around, focusing right now on the top lane.
They can easily take down the high ground tower on the top and retreat. It's already been such a huge, significant advantages goes to Wuhan eStarPro.
Yeah, and they're going to go for the security move. They just go for that Overlord, come in and take the red. They know it's only 8 minutes. They can just wait for the vanguards and then just make that last push.
That's why we call eStar being so what we can call like dominating. It's because no matter who they're facing with, they're just going to be so stable. Grab everything they can, do it step by step. They're an army.
They know that they had to push back, right? Now JY is going to jump in one more time, trying to fall on Tinron, but he's not going to be able to do that. He tries to flash away, but he's unstoppable already.
There's a gap in the goal difference. Already like 10,000. It's quite significant.
Huang taken extremely low. He's going to fall. Right now he's going to be Wailing with the shutdown, taking one more time Huang.
Huang been taken down. Is it going to be a chance for Gen.G or is it going to be the end for Gen.G since Wailing has been forced back by Zhang Fei alone? And now JY just revive again, but his ultimate isn't available. And also the flash, but there's vanguards on the bottom and also on the mid.
The only thing that JY can do right now is just to try his very best, trying to buy some time. Xue comes in, it's going to be 5 seconds for Fei to jump in, and he's going to be successful at buying time.
Ooh, Wailing! That's quite a highlight because we see, wait, it still continues, the battlefield still goes on.
Look at that, Xue is trying his best, trying to get one more kill. JY is going to be against Huang. Huang is being taken to half of his HP. JY does not have any more abilities. Everything is on cooldown. It's going to be a triple kill for Huang.
And it's going to be an ace down by eStarPro. They're still minion waves on the bottom. Even takes a little bit of time for Gen.G's members to come back, so they just get straight to their second victory. Congratulations to eStarPro.
eStarPro taking another victory. 6 games, 6 wins, 9 points in this week 1 for eStarPro.
They are the very first team to done this achievement, and this is what we call eStarPro. They're shining on the stage like a star.
Like an eStarPro? They're shining like a star.
Yeah.
Oh, love it. I just love watching eStarPro. Such an amazing team.
Yeah, it's just like an
It's
art.
entertaining. It is very, very entertaining to watch them play. I love the way how Wailing was like really trying his best not to fall, not to go quietly into the night. Just he was trying his best just to rage, just to rumble, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, he already tried his best, especially like for that last team fight, right? He did his last ditch effort.
And they did well, right? Because in the moment that he takes one of the eStarPro players out, then Xue knows that it's his chance to just jump in. Xue jumps in, followed in by the shield that Leopan can provide. They're trying their best just to try to get something out there, but their damage, like the deficit in gold and the items, was just very, very clear.
Yeah, and you can clearly see like everything just went in chaos, right? The kills in total, that's over like 30 kills or 40 kills. That's a lot.
That is a lot. That is a lot indeed. Well, for Gen.G, that's going to be it for their week 1. eStarPro, 9 points. Nanjing Hero has 6. And Generation Gaming Esports have 3. Everything's going to depend tomorrow on what they can do against Nanjing Hero.
Wow, if they really in a low mood and can't really recover from this deficit, think it's going to be really hard.
Yeah. In their first game against Nanjing Hero won in a 2-0, right? But at the same time, it was very early in the week. It was not the moment where you would say like, okay, they're completely used to the platform. They're completely used to the tournament. Maybe after some games and after what they've done today and after their experiences today, they'll be able tomorrow to show us something different.
Let's see, like for this game, MVP goes to Tairan Hisata.
8-1-13 KDA. Crazy. Just the way that the eStarPro played this just allowed Tairan just to take so much damage. Look at that, he took 34% of the damage from the whole team.
Well, one thing that worth mentioning about this player specifically is because of his deep understanding towards every top laners, towards every hero, and also the meta. So actually, you can see like after he using all those skills, not even one skill is going to be wasted, be wasteful.
And look at here, like he knows that what he needs to do is just to stall. You're stalling just for Huang to jump in. And they were able to take that kill on top lane, and then after that, Xiao came in to push Xue back.
And this one, from this brawl, it started just starting to be onslaught.
Yeah, if you remember this one, it started as a 2v5, right?
Yes.
It started as a 2v5, and then after that, eStarPro just took it around, turning tables. There was nothing that Generation Gaming Esports could have done in there. They have already used all their abilities trying to kill DRG.
Yeah, but they really did that, or I totally forgot because that was like a chaos during this matchup, right? It seems like it happened like 1,000 times before. 1 year ago, like this 5 versus 2.
Yeah, it was a very long one indeed.
Yeah.
Very long one. Wow. 26-5. Woo. A lot of kills.
Kills over 30 in total. That's a lot. Wow. Good news to eStar, like they still got their best condition, best status. But the point is going to be, if we do think Gen.G has the possibility to even like gain 1 point from hero, right? They need to really think about what they're going to do tonight. They only got one night to think about the solution.
Well, we've been talking a lot about what they need to do, right? And then the answer seems to be all the time, they need to build confidence, right? And they need to try to get in the right mood. But in terms of the skills, in terms of the tactics, what do you think is going to be the opening for them against Nanjing Hero in terms of tactics?
Be consistent with the current composition that they selected and the most played composition that they ever used, and try to find some moments when heroes doing rotation, to be specific, because as we mentioned, hero also going to be a quite new build-up team, right? They did a lot of changes in their team, so from those rotations, if there's like no that kind of tight coordination, that might be a chance.
All right. They're going to have to keep their eyes open in there for any opportunities that Hero can give them tomorrow. So for Nanjing Hero, it's going to be a matter of just not giving them anything. No mistakes. They just need to play to a very easy and solid and consistent rotations, consistent gaming, consistent farming, and then probably they will be able to take the victory.
Yeah.
After match interviews, let's see who we have on the other side.
Hello， 一真，先来和大家打招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是武汉eStarPro一真。
首先恭喜你们啊，现在是完成了9分在手。那在今天的这个第一轮打完了以后，现在有什么感觉吗？
感觉挺开心的。
Okay, so after they gained 9 points in their hand, and after they've already done the first week, how he feels right now? He had quite happy. Okay, so the next question would be, actually you're gonna prepare for the best of 7. So do you think there's any kind of like changes gonna happen in those compositions? 那其实你们有很大概率是可以就是打后面的 BO7 的嘛？那在你们的这个研究下面的话，有没有觉得 BO7 会出现了一些不太常见的体系呢？
，BO7的话会出现非常多，就是可能跟之前有变化的英雄，对。
OK， 可以举一个小的这种例子吗？
举一个小的例子就是。保密不行，不能说。
Okay. So again, they will keep it as a secret, but he promised that there's a lot of like unusual heroes going to show up in the best of 7. Okay, thank you to be with us in our interview, and really looking forward to your future play. 感谢你接受我们的采访啊，希望你们好好准备，期待你们接下来的精彩发挥。I was trying to, let him spoil out something, but yeah. Sorry guys. I tried.
He won't say anything. Like they're gonna try to keep it as a secret for as long as they can. Oh well, that's good because then we can just put eStarPro aside and then just focus on what's moving forward. YaLLa Esports is gonna be playing against Chongqing Wolves at our game 3 of today, right after this break.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take alive. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can't no one let me down. Destiny is calling high and light. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory is on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time. In time. Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can't no one back us down. Destiny is calling high and light.
YaLLa Esports against Chongqing Wolves.
This gonna be the matchup happening in Group B.
I don't know. It is gonna be tough for YaLLa. Very, very, very difficult.
Yeah, for sure. Actually, this KIC journey is not friendly to them.
Yeah,
until now.
Up until right now, they've been in a very difficult group with EDG.m and Chongqing Wolves, right?
And also impunity.
And also impunity. It's gonna be tough for them. Well, if you analyze why it's gonna be today even harder for them after yesterday's performance between Chongqing Wolves and EDG.m that ended up with a draw, Chongqing Wolves are gonna try to use this opportunity just to try to show what they're made of.
Because Wolves need to end up this matchup with 2-0 to gain them at least 3 points to help them catch up with EDG.m.
They have to. They must win this 3-0. They need to finish as the first place in this group if they don't want to have any chances of facing eStarPro in the next round.
Oh, actually, you mentioned about another thing. Like after we've selected 8 teams from the 16 teams, we're gonna go for another draw.
Yes.
And for like the rules of another draw, the first place is gonna play against the second place from other like groups.
So what we're gonna have is just 2 different balls where you're gonna have all the teams that ended up in first place and a second ball with all the teams that ended up in second place. So we're gonna put out all the teams that came up in first place first.
Yeah.
And then we're gonna put out all the teams that came up in second place after. The only situation that cannot happen is if you have a matchup between a first place and a second place from the same group.
Yeah.
That won't be allowed.
So for the situation right now, eStar is gonna be, well, probably or high possibly, no doubt to be the first place of Group A, right?
Yep.
So everyone just gonna vie for the first place in their own group, so they can try to avoid eStar.
Avoid eStarPro. And I know that for Chongqing Wolves, that's plan A right now. They were not expecting to draw yesterday against EDG.m. So right now, after they lost that 1 point, they must win this game against YaLLa Esports.
Yeah.
And not only they need to win this game against YaLLa Esports, they need to show back why they are considered one of the 2 teams just called for the finals.
Yeah, because a lot of people have high expectations on watching Wolves play against eStars in the final. So they need to show other people their power, and also they need to be serious about the plan.
Yeah, like they will come in, and that's what you can see in this BP. Like they're just going with everything they have, right? First Monkey and Mai Shiranui, their first 2 picks. Let's wait and see what the third one is gonna be. Jing. They know that Pang on that Jing is solid.
Yeah, and also like for Pang, this player gonna definitely have the highest priority in Wolves. You can see from those gold, like they will give the highest gold lead to Jing, to Pang actually.
Well, YaLLa Esports, for them, same as we said with the lsurus, maybe for them what they have to do is just to try to go back to what they're familiar with. If they try to go back to what they're familiar with, at least for lsurus it had a nice feeling. For YaLLa and all the games that they've played, it's been very evident the difference in level and the difference in understanding in between them and the rest of the teams. So probably they need to go back to what they're familiar with.
That's gonna be one of the solutions, you know, just try to enjoy the tournament by using their like most confident heroes. But we can see like from this ban pick phase, they're still trying to be consistent with what they used from the previous matchups, playing against Impunity and also EDG.m. Exactly the same.
Exactly the same. Maybe they've been practicing and they're gonna come up with a surprise.
Oh, that's a good point. Like practice makes perfect, right?
Practice does make perfect. That is true.
Yeah, that's also another point like we can mention about is once you're just always using these kind of compositions, one day you're gonna master it. One day you're gonna like have a really deep understanding towards it.
So maybe that's YaLLa's goal for this tournament, being able to just understand the one composition that they can use in high level of competition. Maybe.
Bring something back. Just like learn something back.
Yes.
Right? Consult you. Well, it's not because if I look down upon Concert U, it's more like you can see from those best of two, especially when you play against teams from KPL region, they won't let you to have the time to form up. So actually, Concert U do not have that high winning rate.
Nope. For Concert U, and then we've already seen it in a previous game. Concert U's mechanics just depend a lot on their timing for their second ability.
Yeah.
And Fanfan knows that, so Fanfan is gonna use that Mozi, just poking, just trying to practice a little bit more of his accuracy, right? That Mozi is gonna be a necessary hero in the BO7s, that's for sure. So having that Mozi, being able to do that poking strategy, it's a good strategy for them to try to practice. Look at that, everyone is there just trying to come and watch a little bit.
Yeah.
I imagine that a lot of the eStarPro players and the coaches, as we just saw, they're just in there.
It seems like
trying to find the spot. Just trying to find the spot.
Oh, try to find the most nice seat. Have a good vision and watch Wolves play. It gives them time to observing how Wolves are now, the tastes are now.
They know that Chongqing Wolves need to come in with everything they have after yesterday's performance, right? So it might be a trap for them, because if they come in and they show everything they have, it might be an unnecessary overkill that allowed SK to see some details that he might not have right now.
Oh, you're thinking about another way of, like a deeper way, right?
Of course, like here is never only about the opponent that you have in front of you, right? Like winning against whoever that is in front of you is just the basic. But being able to win in the right way, that's actually a completely different level of understanding of competition.
True. So let's see what Wolf's gonna do. Because after all, this is gonna be a must win and must end up with 2-0.
Yes, it is a must win for Chongqing Wolves. Let's see what YaLLa Esports can do. Simjo, Clyde, Doma, Ray, and Abdo. The boys need to bring their 5A game if they want to have an opportunity against Chongqing Wolves. But well, anything could happen.
Yeah. This is gonna be tough, but I'm looking forward to some unexpected showcases. Let's see.
YaLLa Esports is going to take the blue side. Chongqing Wolves is going to take the red. Let's wait and see what's going to happen. Both of them are already underway. Game 3 of tonight is about to start.
Wolves just do the regular opening. And the first poking works. Poking down some damage. Actually, Fanfan is like, there's not much players using mods, but Fanfan's one of them. And when they were playing against Impunity, the second game, he was using that mod that have several like standouts.
So it is a good versatile option to prepare towards the BO7s, right? It is a necessary one.
Yeah.
Good smite by Clyde.
Nice one.
It is good that he was able to protect the jungle.
Yeah.
Bad news for Ray that blue is not going to be for him.
Yeah.
On the other hand, look at Huang. Like he already has his blue and is already moving. He's got green light to go all the way and collect his red jungle farm.
And once he got his ultimate fly after having this minion whips, he's gonna upgrade to 4th. So after like these two core players in Wolves gonna have those ultimate, they're gonna speed up. Fan's already harassing on the top.
Look at that, Huang is in. Abdu's still level 3. He tries to dash out. Fan is going to come in with the bomb, lock him in. Clyde still level 2, does not have his ultimate. He's going to fall as well.
Yeah, see, that's exactly what we just mentioned about. They have those kind of rules,
Yes.
They just feels like a truth. They have exactly clear rules about on what time we're going to do what thing.
Look at YaLLa wants to take the Firehawk. Just waited in the bush. Those are one of the most annoying things that could happen for a marksman. You go and try to take that Firehawk, you use all your abilities, you're always trying, and then in the last touch, just someone else comes and takes it from you. It's super annoying.
Especially for console, it's not easy for him to take that monster down.
Sure.
The normal attack damage is going to be a little in the early game.
All right, 3 people rotation.
Ultimate ready.
Going to proc his ult. Trampe is still in level 3, does not have his ult available. You being pushed back. Ray trying to survive, but it's going to be Fly, the one that's going to take one more kill.
Double kill. This is exactly the battlefield settled up for Fly. He used his ultimate to block away all those enemies by using that entrance towards that blue buff. Well, though actually from that brawl, Abdu is doing his best. He covered Yu and even forced out Xiao Yu's flash. That was quite a highlight.
Look at that, 3 people in. They know that Clyde does not have his ult. That's it, let's just get rid of the first one. And through you just mentioned something, Abdu, the way that he just played there, forcing you back out of the fight.
Wolves start to rotate, start to invade, start to speed up. Oh, get straight forward, force out the flash of the mid.
He's just trying to force Clyde to proc his ult. He knows that the only thing that he needs to do is to try to force him to use his ult. Look at that, Sim just gonna be surrounded by 2 people. The stun comes in, he's being taken extremely low. Fly's taking damage from the turret. Clyde is going to proc his ult, trying to do something against it. It's not enough.
There's one detail when Fly was doing that, is that there's 2 formations for Mengtian to have, right? One to have those soldiers getting around him, one is standing in front of him, and change to the first one gonna allow him to earn extra armor defense. So he just changed it while he wants to take Concert Yu down.
The poking, just the accuracy coming in from Fan is just amazing.
And annoying, isn't
amazingly, we could call it amazingly annoying.
Yeah.
For YaLLa Esports, for sure. Because the cooldown for that ability is actually very short.
True.
So he can just keep doing that again and again and again and again, non-stop.
And what makes it worse is that Mai Nui and Moz is gonna pair together. So after he stuns someone, the fan from Mai Nui is gonna fall off. That's gonna be even more amazing.
Amazingly annoying.
Amazingly annoying. Double A.
Let's see that. They want to try to go for that high ground. They've got that dream in hands. Look at that. The high ground is falling super quick. 1/3 of the HP, and it's going to disappear.
Yeah, Abdul's flash being forced out, and you see Fly just covered one by one. Xiao tried to dash in, but flash out, and that was so close. But another ultimate, a bomb down by this Shimon. She take him down. Jin comes in, tries to get another kill down. Lan's kill goes to him, and he's still alive and try to break it. This gonna be a triple kill, goes to Xiao Pa, and again go for the victory. Congratulations to Wolves.
Congratulations to Chongqing Wolves taking a quick victory against YaLLa Esports. The way that the boys played it here is just to remind us they are still one of the strongest teams in this whole group stage.
And they're just being so decisive on what exactly would be the time for them to closing out the game.
Yeah. Look at the faces from the people from YaLLa, right? Like the boys from YaLLa Esports, they're just saying to themselves like, what just happened?
Yeah. Yeah, we've mentioned about actually this KIC journey isn't that kind to them. But yeah, we need to grow up from those difficulties. Difficulties all around in our life. Build up in our life.
And it is a good opportunity for them. I'm totally sure that they do not have this level of competition back in the Middle East and the North African division, right? Like in that area, none of the other teams can actually put them in a situation like what they're facing right now. So the opportunity that they have right now of being able to face these strong teams like Chongqing Wolves, it's a great opportunity for them.
It just feels like once you see a bigger world, once you see like how wonderful it is outside, you're gonna like encourage you to explore for more.
Yeah, like maybe they can just come back and they just tell these stories to everyone back in Pena, right? Back in the Pena area, just how they were facing EDG.m, how they were facing impunity, how they were facing Chongqing Wolves, telling them exactly how it feels, right? Like, because it's different just to see it in the screen and then just to actually feel it, that is happening to you. You can do all that research through YouTube. You can do all that research through all the different platforms. But just being there and seeing it on your screen, on your mobile phone, and it's a first-hand experience that not everyone has.
But somehow that makes me want to cry. Just
why? There's nothing to cry about.
I still want to see YaLLa to make some progress because they have like second round, right?
We all want them to make some progress, and we all want them to become stronger.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like crying for them is not gonna be helpful for anything, right? Like it's not gonna be helpful for them. I'm totally sure that they have worked really hard. Those 5 people have stories behind them that not all of us know. They've done their best to be here, so we should be happy for them being able to have this opportunity.
Yeah.
Let's celebrate YaLLa Esports as well.
All right, like for this matchup, the MVP goes to Fly Mengtian.
Since minute 1, it was just like taking no cares, like caring for nothing, jumping in. Like the way that they took that bottom lane high ground turret is just because of his decisiveness. He procs his ult, he can count the 20 seconds that the generals are going to be around him, and then they take the turret very quickly. And no time for YaLLa to respond.
And that's the trigger for them to like totally accelerate the pace. This is the one.
Even though he has no 4, like he just goes in stalling, and then he's in 4, and then he just jumps in, boom, against the wall.
Because he know like first pawn is behind him, and then after he take that minion wave down, he's gonna upgrade to 4.
It was difficult for Clyde. He was taken down so many times before he had his ultimate available.
Yeah.
Look at that, following in with the flash. He was a man with a mission.
A tough guy.
Good stuff, well done. Very, very happy for them. A good comeback after the draw against EDG.m.
True. Because actually, if we give a quick review to yesterday's matchups, EDG.m's doing great job. And on the other hand, for the first game, Wolves is not quite in that kind of, what we call it, like, status.
Yes.
Right? They're not quite into that game. So they really need to use these matchups to, like, cover off, to just
to try to find back that feeling, right? And after what we just saw right now, I feel like it was a great example. And one of the reasons why Wolves lost that game against EDG.m is not only Rock's amazing performance, but at the same time it was that Fly on that Ata was not having the best day. That he was being taken down extremely easy. He was not being able to act as a shield for his team.
Yeah, he's like, he don't have like much money, so that also won't allow him to be a really solid front line. And also EDG.m's aiming at him. So that might be like one solution if you want to play against Wolves.
Maybe that's going to be what we want to see. Like we want to see those opportunities, right? We want to be able to find out those little keys to how to play against these strong teams. And maybe that's going to be the one.
Because if you have that key, if you have that clue, that might help you to like punch them on like unexpected, right? So
the way that Rock was playing as well, it was amazing. So not only you need to target on one person, you need to have a second person on your team that can be in charge of just carrying everything.
True. Like you need to have plan B always.
True.
So YaLLa, it's like too far away for them to like do that kind of thing. So maybe like for them to be realistic, just gain themselves like some kills, just like what we mentioned towards eSurus.
Yeah, go step by step, no? Step by step, just trying to defend in these first battles. For me, that's the key for the other region teams. Just finding out a way how to survive the first 3 minutes.
True.
If they're able to survive the first 3 minutes without allowing the KPL teams to take such a gigantic advantage, probably that's going to be the beginning of a very, very, very clear improvement.
Because actually we can see that these kind of matchups end up really quick, really short. It's been a long time since we saw Tempest Dragon spawn, right?
Yeah, it's been a while.
It's been a while. I miss him. I miss the Tempest Dragon. Come on, I miss him. So it's quite short. So the one that you mentioned, first thing first, try to hand over like for the 3 minutes.
Yeah, step by steps. All right. We have still a second game of this best of 2 between YaLLa Esports and Chongqing Wolves. We're going to be back after this break.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. This is gonna be the second matchup. YaLLa Esports play against Chongqing Wolves. And we all know, as we've just mentioned about, actually this matchup is gonna be really important for Wolves because they wanna vie in for the first place in Group B. So they need to take this game down as 2-0 the best. On the other hand, for YaLLa, actually this KIC journey isn't that kind for them, but they still need to block up, they still need to cheer up, they still need to find a way out. While step by step, maybe the best thing for them is now try to gain themselves some kills and also try to do it for 3 minutes. Let's go for the second round of the ban pick. YaLLa Esports just banning away Ma Chao, straightly targeting at Fly. And for Chongqing Wolves, wow, just a normal ban away this Da Qiao.
Let's wait and see. Come on, YaLLa Esports. That's our goal. Survive the first 3 minutes. That's it. I'm just gonna put it out there. Let's be realistic. Let's survive the first 3 minutes. Let's see what we can do after that. Don't let them just come into your jungle. And if they come into your jungle, don't just stay over there just looking at them how they take your resources. Reply back. Do something. All right, they come for my blue. All right, so it means that if there's 3 people coming for my blue, then I need to go and protect something else. Because what's happening right now is that they're trying to protect their jungle. And they're dying at the same time that they're trying to protect their jungle. They lose the gold from the kills and they lose the gold from the monsters. So instead of jumping into fights, rotate, go around, do something else. Not the same thing as you're doing right now.
That actually reminds me about another solution. Because we all know, like, if you want to guard some resources for you,
yeah.
Well, after all, you just need that blue buff, right?
Yeah.
And you already know, like, your opponent's definitely gonna invade into your blue side.
Yes, yes.
So, on the other hand, you just go for their blue. And that's it. Do
Yeah,
the
exactly.
exchange. Do not try to fight. Do not try to use fight to guard your blue buff. Instead, play it smartly.
You're not being able to win those fights. You're not winning them. Do something else. It's gonna be fine.
Try to
At
do
least,
some exchange.
if you try to do something else and it does not work, you tried. You tried.
That's the point. So let's see YaLLa Esports if they do want to do something different for this game. Like we've mentioned, maybe they can try to do some exchange. And for Wolves, they're going to do it seriously because they want it to end up as 2-0.
Ata Gongsun Li and Shen Mengxi for Chongqing Wolves. And for YaLLa Esports, Lu Bu, Miyamoto Musashi, and Zhao Jun. Still an option for marksman for YaLLa Esports just being left for the last picks, right?
Lady Sun is going to be... I just want to say Lady Sun paired up with Tai Zhen. But Wolves just banning the Tai away. Because they know that YaLLa has one hero that the marksman really favors, that is Lady Sun.
And look at that for Chongqing Wolves. They know that it's just easier to ban your options for support than just to try to ban your options for marksman.
Yeah, because your marksman, like Lady Sun's gonna be your only option, and your support gonna be your best, what we call composition. Right?
Yeah. Let's wait and see what Clyde is gonna do. Lianpo in support. Very common pick for them.
True.
Let's see, maybe going back to something that they're familiar with. Hopefully.
But for Lianpo, there's like a really striking weakness for this hero. Is that, he's actually not that tanky without any items.
Yes.
And also, if you want to use him to do the initiation, that's quite risky because, like, the ultimate, it takes time, right?
Of course. So it's very dependent on not only like the timing of when to use his ultimate, but that flash that he's going to use trying to run away out of the fight or trying to use that flash to initiate the fight. So that's gonna be two different ways, right? Like you can either use your ultimate with the flash at the beginning to initiate better, or you can just initiate and just leave that flash for you as an option just to run away after you cannot take any more damage.
Yeah, so there's two ways for him to use that flash. Use it wisely, don't waste it. That's the point. Actually, for a lot of team members from the other regions, when they're playing this game, maybe it's because of the short cooldown. Sometimes they didn't use it, like maximize the effort or earnings. Just randomly use it. That's gonna be a waste.
Understanding how to use every single tool you have. Not only the abilities from the heroes. It's anything.
But once again, I still want to highlight that wolves are carrying 3 smites, triple smites again.
They're not playing.
Yeah.
Like Chongqing Wolves is just all seriousness today. Coming in, trying to get this done as soon as possible.
Because yesterday's draw just seems like give them a punch and let them to be clear towards the reality. They need to be serious. They can't stand another loss.
They cannot, and at the same time, like they just need to just come in and then just show everyone that they're the top dog.
Yeah.
Finishing the game, like at the end of the day, it's not only about winning for them. I think that right now we could say that they have a 90% chance of winning this game. But at the same time, it's just how do you win it? If other people are finishing their games in 8 minutes, I'm gonna finish it in 7. If other people are taking triple kills, I'm gonna get quadra kills. For them, it's just being better and stronger than not your opponent, but everyone else.
To overpass it.
Let's see. Wolves took men in mid lane.
You see YaLLa's being rotated on the top, so she can use her like early dominance.
Let's see how they're gonna reply back to that. Look at that. They know that they're on the blue. They're not gonna fight it in there, which is not a bad decision. But at the same time, what are you gonna do now? It's almost 60 seconds. He needs to take control of that mid lane, that mid lane sprite. What are you looking for? Like right now, right there, 1 minute. Try to go for the sprite.
They're trying, but after they saw Van's in that bushes.
Sadly, not for Ray.
The first 1 minute quite peaceful. It's because YaLLa Esports didn't try to use like fight back to guard that blue buff because that would cost a lot. They just let it go. But the point is they can't like always let it go. So next.
I know. Yeah, and you're totally right. They cannot always let that one go. But at least right now we have a 600 gold difference, and we don't have a 2,000 gold difference in 2 minutes, right? It's completely different.
And this movement is quite smart. YaLLa's really like, giving a response to our expectation.
Just trying. Look at that. Pang is going to show up over there, and the whole rotation from Chongqing Wolves. Constantly back to the top, to the bottom. And everyone comes in for that red buff that is going to spawn in any second.
What Pang just did is to clear the next minion waves in advance, try to gain more time for Fly to stand in front of all those people in their side.
Look at that. The fight for that red buff is still going to be Ray, the one that is going to protect it. Well done. Another small victory for YaLLa Esports.
Yeah.
Every single time that they can protect some of the resources, that's a small step towards victory. It is just a small step. We need to celebrate the good things, and just being able to protect your jungle better it's a good step in the right direction.
We're witnessing their making progress.
Yes, we are. Wait and see. Minions coming in one more time, clashing in mid, bottom, and top.
And the laning just went back normal. Marksman versus marksman. But we can see Wolves always try to do something. That's what we mentioned about. You can't like act defensively.
Doma taking extremely low. Gonna have to leave, trying to TP back home.
2000 gold lead goes to Wolves. It's basically because those like 2 rounds of the regression blue side bot from YaLLa has been taken away by Wolves. Ooh.
Can he take it in a 1v2? Gotta be careful. He's gonna jump in, but Abdo is going to jump in late. Sadly for him, he had the ability, he wanted to counterattack, jumps in late and allows Pang to get out of his ring.
Wow, with the gold lead, with those items, he just like finding those moments for himself. And there's some details when he was doing that 1 versus 2, is that after he taken down Ray, after he taken down Yang from Musashi, he went for those minion waves a little while, right?
Yeah.
Backs up for his passive, and then bring Lu down.
Oh, Simjo with the Imperial Order that is going to be wide. That was the ability to save his life. And now it's going to be Clyde, the one that is going to fall against Pang.
Double kill, he's looking for more. He even won a triple one. Again, using those monsters in the field to stack up with 3 stacks for the passive for more, but the Lu Bu was taken down by Xiao Yu, and another ultimate down by Doma can't hold the enemies back.
But you see, like, at least right now in this time, this whole snowball starts at 5 minutes.
True.
It did not start at the 1 minute, at the 45 seconds of the game.
That's some progress.
That is some progress. Look at that Simjo. If Simjo lands in that Imperial Order, it might have been a completely different show in here. So again, is there a difference? Yes, there's a difference. Is there a gap? There is a gap. But at the end of the day, at least right now, the way that they started the game allows them to stand up for a little longer. If you can stand up for 1 more minute, if you can stand up for 1 more fight, 1 more minion wave, that allows you to always try to have a little bit more hope.
Every little progress will count.
Red team.
Sadly for Ray, but right now Pang is already on level 11. He's got a 3-level difference in comparison to his contestant in the jungle.
And also a very significant goal lead.
Red team.
Wolves try to speed up. They're targeting on the bottom. Check palm. Only a small movement, the dash just forced Abdul's ultimate out. Wow, but YaLLa Esports, as long as they've got those ultimates, they actually had a really nice crowd chain. And maybe they can use these high ground towers to try to do some pushback.
Abdul, his ultimate still on cooldown. Ray trying to run away. Abdul's the one that's going to try to clean the wave, but it's going to be hopeless as 4 people from Chongqing Wolves are trying to parade the way onto the high ground. Doma does not have his ultimate yet. Fan jumps in with the wild blood, forcing Clyde to ult away of the fight.
Red team has destroyed a tower.
7 minutes. That's actually a progress that YaLLa has made. But now they're still facing a really dangerous situation because Wolves, they want to use these minion waves to manage these waves and try to close out the match.
Let's see what Wolves is going to do. Pang knows that his red buff is going to spawn in 5 seconds, so he starts cleaning wave, and then he's going to just go for the jungle. He will take all the resources and then try to come in for the last push.
You can, like, after you've seen his those like farming routine or like jungling pathing, he's never stopped. He never stops. Always on something, right? The goal difference 4,000.
He's a BC man.
Yeah.
Look at that. Abdul is going to jump in, trying his best. It's going to be followed by Ray with the damage, but it's not going to be enough.
But that's exactly what I've mentioned about. Like, as long as they've got the high ground tower and all those crouching, they can try to do something. It's only because of the goal difference they can't like do that fatal strike.
It is a 10,000 goal advantage for Chongqing Wolves, right?
That's huge.
The ballistas are coming into mid lane. Xiao Ying trying to clean the wave, allowing the minions to come in. Winters here is going to deal with that one. But what's going to happen with the rest? Look at that. Heng comes in. It's going to be a crucial engage for him. Now it's going to be Wolves, the ones surrounding the players, surrounding the crystal. The minions come in. The crystal's going to explode. Chongqing Wolves is going to take the victory. They're going to make it to 7 points in their group.
And that also means they're going to even up with Shanghai EDG.m. So everything just going to be uncertain until the next round be down. Congratulations to Wolves, and they secured this spot, and also they secured their status. Show us what the real power they have.
Yes, exactly. Like this competition against YaLLa Esports, it was just for them to do that. Just for them to show what they're made of. And after first game's Fly performance and these games, Xiao Pang's performance, I think that they've reminded us they are still Chongqing Wolves.
Yeah. They're like taking this game really serious. You can feel that tension. You can feel that like energy inside their game playing tonight. So we can see like after yesterday's draw play against with EDG.m, they're now really get engaged into this game. That's a good news for them.
Good news for them and for everyone that's supporting Chongqing Wolves, because I know that they have a huge, gigantic fan base, at least here in China.
True. So a lot of fans expect them to go like a higher position and hope that they can gain another championship to make it a legendary. And on the other hand, for YaLLa Esports, the second matchup's quite good for them, right?
Yeah, very
Makes
positive.
A lot of like, progress.
Very, 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 very positive. Like they just lost in those 1v1 fights. Like in the moment that you had a 1v1 or a 1v2, in those moments, it just when Chongqing Wolves just showed that they were superior, right?
Yeah.
But in terms of the first 3-minute decisions, the way that he could stall and survive through the first invasions from Chongqing Wolves, it just showed that YaLLa Esports with this game, with this second game, maybe they have an opportunity against Impunity.
Yeah, because Impunity is one of those teams really fancy to like go for invasions in the early game, but they're like not that kind of tight coordinated as Wolves, so that might let like YaLLa to have some chances.
We are always talking about like how we can compare things, right? Like so, right now we cannot compare YaLLa Esports with any of the KPL area teams. So what about if we just put YaLLa Esports just a small goal for the beginning? Give them the goal to try to win one game against Impunity. Try to take against Impunity and then just understand everything that they did today against Chongqing Wolves, and then apply it against someone that is going to be to a closer level to them. Yeah,
because the good news for YaLLa is that they are now thinking to solve the problem in another way. Like do not do it head to head. Solve it smartly. And MVP goes to Pawn. This Lam is really playing as a shark.
8 kills.
Yeah, 0 deaths.
Do you remember the way that he was just like ganking on 2 people on top lane just to take the first blood? Like he's the one who found the opening just for Chongqing Wolves to start snowballing their advantage.
And that was even him to initiate that 1 versus 2.
Yeah, very confident.
Yes, like this man is full of faith and full of confidence, you know. This one,
confident in himself.
Yeah, already got like 2 stacks on him.
One, take the first one.
And the detail.
That's
go for the
problem.
minion. Yeah.
Abdo jumps in a little bit late. That he should have tried to jump in earlier. If he jumps in earlier in there, probably the story would have been different.
Yeah.
This one as well. Look at how Simjo's ability is wide, allowing Huang to just jump in and take 2 kills more.
And Pena is being like unstoppable in this period.
The whole game he was unstoppable. there was no answer back from YaLLa Esports to what he was doing.
So actually with this superb mechanics, and that actually shows some reason that why he has such a high priority in Wolves. Everyone just, giving all those golds to him, want him to lead the game. That makes sense.
Good decisions by Chongqing Wolves, building around a strong jungler who became the core to take the victory, to allow Chongqing Wolves to make it all the way to 7 points, tying up with EDG.m. So good for the boys, amazing performances. Have you thought about what we're going to be asking for the interviews?
Maybe I'll just ask what they did after yesterday's draw.
Yeah.
And also, is there any specific preparation towards EDG.m, or should I ignore specific this word?
No, why? I think that everyone...
I guess the answer always going to be, we'll keep that as a secret.
No, I do believe that everyone at home wants to know that answer, and it's our responsibility just to voice out what everyone at home is thinking. Now, it's of course like the players and the team's strategy just to answer back or not, but our responsibility is just to put it out there.
Yeah.
So everyone in the audience, anything that you would like us to ask, remember that you can always just send it over there in the messages. You can always try to communicate with us.
Yeah.
And we will do our very best to try to get you some answers.
We'll try to be your throat.
We cannot promise answers, but we can promise questions, that's for sure.
At least we can try. All right, let's see the new ranking. And we can see from this 2-0 result, Wolves just end up with, even up with EDG.m.
7 points, both of them in first place right now for Group B. Then third place is going to be Impunity with 3 points from a win that they took against YaLLa Esports.
Yeah. So actually we have like one game last.
Yeah.
That's going to be Beijing Weibo play against XYG. And I'm wondering, one of them be the next one to end up with 9 points?
Yeah, one of them is going to have the opportunity, right?
Yeah.
Or it could be just the two of them just taking a draw and then just making it the fourth draw and then just making it both of them to 7 points. We will not know. But before that, we still have our after-match interviews. Let's see who we have on the other side.
Hello Fly， 先来和大家打招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是重庆狼队的 Fly。
恭喜你们赢下了这个比赛的胜利。首先第一个问题想问一下，你们在昨天和 EDG.m 打成平局了以后，有没有做什么样的调整呢？
昨天的话也是连夜的话去复盘嘛，然后呢，去找队伍中的不足嘛，然后呢，去解决问题，然后下一场的话会以更好的状态去备战他们。
Okay, so the first question was, is there any adaptation that they did after did that draw play against EDG.m? And Fly said they stayed up late and tried to find a weakness in their teams and try to fix it, and they believe they can have a better status in the future play. Okay, so the next question would be there still be another round. So is there any specific strategy that you set for opponents? 那其实我们还会有第2轮的这个比赛嘛？那在经过之前的这个平局之后呢，在之后会不会对于你的对手有一些更加战术上面的一些调整呢？
这个肯定是会有的嘛。然后呢，也会去力争小组第一吧。
Okay, so the answer would be a definite yes, and also they're vying for the first place in their group. Okay, so really nice to have you here to have the interview, and really looking forward to your future play. 感谢你接受我们的采访。
Doing their homework, right? Like they lost, and then what do? They just pull an all-nighter, working on just understanding what didn't work in that game, and then coming in today and showing us that all-nighter actually had a good result.
Yeah, they really like being involved in that game.
Very well done. Our next game is going to be our last for today, and it's going to be the last one for this first week of this group stage. We're going to have Beijing Weibo against XYG right after this break. Our last game for this week 1. Beijing YaLLa against XYG. These two teams have the opportunity to finish with 9 points, something that up until right now, only eStarPro has been able to do.
Yeah.
So, is it going to be Beijing YaLLa taking the 3 points and making it to 9? Or is it going to be XYG? Or are we going to have a draw at the end of this match? What do you think?
Yeah, there's going to be 3 results, and to my prediction, I give it to a draw before today's game.
Yeah, how are your predictions going?
Well, first of all, like Beijing YaLLa, they're a really strong team, right? And also they just won the Challenger Cup, they won the runnership. And but they're considered as quite slow. They need a warm-up to get involved into that pace or get revolved into that game. But on the other hand, XYG is totally different. They're really good at doing BO1 or BO2. Because they are like known as those like fighting teams and being aggressive and using those like really most played compositions.
You just mentioned something interesting about Beijing YaLLa, right? How they need time just to kind of like warm up. There is a saying among a lot of the Chinese fans that we've been talking to that says that with Beijing YaLLa it's always a 50-50.
Ah, true.
With Beijing YaLLa it's always a 50-50 because you never know what you're gonna get. You're either getting Beijing YaLLa, the one that it is thought as the most well-rounded team, the one that has the best compositions and the best players in every single one of the lanes. Or you don't know if you're gonna have just that Beijing YaLLa that does not look like
Beijing YaLLa,
a team from the top level. Sometimes the way that they play just makes you feel like this is not Beijing YaLLa. So which one are we gonna get today? Nobody knows.
But at least if like they are playing against with XYG, I guess they're gonna show their aggressiveness as well. Because as we've mentioned, Beijing YaLLa will always match up with their opponents. So today's gonna be really explosive.
Let's wait and see. At least I just hope that it's going to be a beautiful match. Right?
Me too.
That's the only thing that I'm looking forward to.
Come on, like surprise me.
At the end of the day, it's going to be either one of them making it to 9 or both of them just making it to 7. But I just hope that it's going to be a good performance from everyone.
I really hope because but actually there's going to be one thing that I want to make it clear. Like,
go ahead.
I don't believe that today we're going to witness some like weird composition or some new composition.
You think so?
Yeah, because I don't think like this game they're going to just like take it as an experiment, try to use something.
No, I don't think that they're going to take it as an experiment. But there are some things that we don't see on the stage that are actually happening backstage, right? We only get to see their official matches, but during their warm-up games, during their practice, are they trying to practice and try to come up with things that we're not expecting? These are the kind of games that you actually prepare. I'm totally sure that for Beijing YaLLa, the same as for XYG, during this whole week they've been thinking about what they're gonna do during this exact match. I don't think that in their eyes is just so simple as saying, well, out of the meta, they take half, we take half, and then for the second game, they take the other half, and I take the half that they took before. I don't think that it's going to be that simple. I do believe that the coaches have been thinking about this game for a long, long time, and maybe they have something right over there just waiting to surprise us.
Then, well, in that case, that might be some like surprising counter pick. Because we are doing best of 2, right? So best of 2 means like your option is going to be wide open. So if you are not be that cautious when you're banning something away or you're trying to breaking something down, maybe there's going to be some surprising counter picks.
Surprising counter picks. Let's wait and see. I would love to see something surprising. I love surprises. Surprises are fun.
And I do hope this game is gonna be like, just try to light me up, you know. I'm really thrilled to see these two teams play against each other. Actually, like the last time when they are playing with each other, that was June.
June? Like that's a while ago.
And during the summer season. Like
Can you imagine?
officially.
Okay, yeah. It's been 6 months.
Yeah. That's why I'm so thrilled right now.
A lot of things could have changed since then until right now.
And since like that matchup, it was a best of 5. And it ended up with XYG 3-0 versus WB.
So it was XYG with the victory?
But that was pretty close, like 3-2, because that was a best of 5. So let's see. Like for today, they're gonna vie for the first place, right, in their group. And they do need to know, like the first place is just not gonna be like what we called the first place. It's gonna decide your draw in the next round.
You don't want to be in the option where you're gonna be facing eStarPro on the other side, right?
That's gonna be knockout stage.
And there's actually a very high chance, right? Because eStarPro is gonna finish in first place in their group probably, and they cannot be facing whoever there's gonna be in second place from the group A. So that makes it 1 out of 3 options on the other side. So that's a 33% chance.
Yeah.
I don't want those odds.
I don't want that surprise.
Oh, please, no. Let's see, the BP starts already. The first bans are going to be Tranfei and Lam, and then from XYG, they're gonna answer with a clear ban of Xiao and Master Lupin.
Yeah, and also WB just taking away this Mai Shiranui, which is widely considered as the meta pick, the most OP one in the mid.
Hua Juan in that Mai Shiranui is going to be a force to be reckoned. That's for sure. Like he's so good on that hero.
So good.
They're gonna have to be very careful about that. On the other side, Lumber. Love that aggressive, a very XYG support.
True, and also paired with Gongsun Li. That also means like the bottom would put the opponent's bottom lane under pressure. Oh, and one thing worth mentioning is because of the passive that offered by Lumber.
All right.
It can like offer allies in range extra defensive, extra magical and armor defense. Sorry.
Extra magical and armor defense.
Yeah.
Like it. That's why it's such an aggressive pick, right? And it allows you just to jump in, knowing that you have that extra buff.
Yeah.
Ling Meng is going to choose Zhaojun, Wang Zhaojun.
It's a really nice counter pick towards Yu Bu, since we know that they're both delayed from their skills, and it just matched.
It is just a nice match. Now, what are the options for Weibo in terms of marksman and support combinations?
Well, it depends, like from their own habits. Maybe like Luban number 7 paired up with Master Luban. It's gonna be a choice.
But Master Lupin is not. It's already been banned, and DRG.GK is being banned, which for me was the right answer in there. What other options are there? Like Lady Sun.
Lady Sun, yeah, that might help. Lady Sun paired with Tai Zhenren, and also Sunmi is gonna be a really nice choice, since XYG's initiation is not that stable.
True. A Sunbin option that would be able to allow them to have a very strong late game. In terms that we're expecting this game to go after 15 minutes, right?
Yeah.
We're not thinking that this game is gonna be the same as the rest of the games that we've had today. We're actually thinking that this game might push into the 15, 16s. Who knows? Maybe we get it even to see a Tempest Dragon.
I miss the Tempest Dragon, to be honest.
Yeah, me too.
But Mulan.
Mulan?
That early?
Yeah, why not? Let's go for Mulan. I like that.
Whoa.
I like that. Lock that thing.
Because Mulan is one of the most signature hero of Kuxie.
Well, when you're facing against the best, you better bring your A game. And Kuxie believes that his A game is just gonna be Mulan.
That's what we call confidence, right? We referred it several times.
I think Tai Zhenren would be a better option actually right now.
Allows you to have another chance.
Yeah. After seeing that Mulan in there, I think the Titan would be better.
They're actually being a little bit hesitant because like Zhang Liang. That's the reason, like, if they go for Taizhen, it might speed up, but somehow they have got another extra life. It won't allow him to protect Lady Sun since XYG has so many like control abilities. But Zhang Liang, they want to hand the priority, you see. They don't want to play defensively.
The suppression that Zhang Liang can bring in, it's good in terms of like it can protect Lady Sun, but at the same time it makes him a very squishy support.
And also one thing that worth mentioning is like if you want to use Zhang Liang to do some ganking, at least you need to have vision control. But if we compare these two compositions with each other, we can see Weibo's lack of vision control. They don't even know how they're going to rotate.
The rotations are going to be a huge problem with Beijing Weibo, right? I know that for Ling Meng on that Zhao Jun, in terms of facing Hua Juan's option as the big threat that Hua Juan is going to be to Ling Meng's life. It might slow down Ling Meng as well, but Lumber is not going to have to be working all the time bottom lane with Gongsun Li. So Lumber would be able to just rotate a little bit more to mid lane and provide a bigger opportunity in there as well.
Yeah, because Gongsun Li is one of those mobile heroes that can like take care of herself.
Yeah.
No need to worry about Gongsun Li. Put her just under the bottom lane alone. So the vision control is going to be a little bit worried about WB. But if they do achieve some ganks, they're gonna have the priority.
So what are your thoughts on this Agutuo and Mulan combo?
It's basically because there's too many heroes in XYG's composition need money, need gold to form up. So they need one play out to sacrifice. So Agutuo gonna be the one to let Mulan to like speed up, form up, have more gold.
Huge confidence that they're having right now in Kuxie. Kuxie said, I'm gonna carry you, and everyone in XYG is just putting all their money in.
Yeah.
They're just all in.
That's why I was like quite surprised because it was best of 2. And they've already been so familiar with such like solid compositions. But for game 1, they go for Mulan. It's a gamble.
It is a huge gamble. Let's wait and see what Nanjing and Zimo are going to do against that Kuxie's Mulan. And Nanjing is going to have to be supporting Zimo a lot in terms of trying to slow down Kuxie, not allowing Kuxie just to jump in, that rotate to the mid lane. Forcing Kuxie to stay on top lane where they can have vision of him, where they know exactly where he can be.
Yeah. And for the opening, there might be like 6 people gathering in the mid.
Yeah, right? I predicted 3v3. That's true.
Yeah, especially for Weibo, they need the priority of the first spawning minions. And thanks to Zhang Liang, like if he first like enable his second ability, will allow them to have the priority.
Let's wait and see. Beijing Weibo against XYG, our last game of today. First game of this best of 2. Let's see if it is going to be XYG's gamble, the one that is going to pay on their side, or is it going to be Beijing Weibo, the one that they're going to have the upper hand. I'm your caster for this game, Isaac Pena.
I'm Nora.
Look at that. Already very aggressive, coming in, taking Xingyu to 1/3 of his HP bar. He won't be able to stay for long. He needs to TP back to base.
So actually XYG won the first round because they rotate Xiao into the mid and you see Xiao using his frenzy.
Yes, exactly.
To take down the HP bar.
They know that for Zhao Jun on bottom lane, like the only thing that Zhao Jun needs to do just to clean wave and slow down Xiaoxi. Just slow down Xiaoxi. They know that Ling Meng cannot get the kill on Xiaoxi, but at least they can try to slow him down.
Yeah.
Seeing you with the rotation bottom lane, making up to 1. Nanjing trying to take his blue buff, contested by Xiao, but unable to take it.
They don't have any smite, they're just trying to threaten Nanjing, try to slow him down. And check out his position right now.
Nanjing already on level 4, both junglers already on level 4. Look at the rotation to top lane. Changliang is going to spot the XYG members coming in. Nanjing and Zimo need to push back right now.
That's a little detail that was happening, like the light sword thrown out by Mulan was covered by Nanjing's ability.
Yes. Little details, no?
Yeah, but that's gonna be really vital because when they're doing team fight, once Mulan can't throw out successfully, like he light sword won't allow him to like do the combo, do the chain, do the silence.
Beijing Weibo takes control. That's first Tyrant.
Good news.
XYG will not reply back to that with an Overlord option. That's gonna put them a little bit on their back heel, giving the opportunity and the priority to Beijing Weibo for the next 1 minute.
Yeah, because Beijing Weibo, the only thing that can help them to gain the vision control is try to clean waves in advance or poke HP bar down. So they can rotate.
Look at the way that how Kusie is just waiting in that bush, right? Like he sees the fan coming and then he just makes a little move to the right, not allowing Fajon to spot where he is.
Because as long as the fan was like targeting at the enemy, it will let you spot him.
Of course, you're gonna have a little sound effect, right?
The same as the first ability of console E side. Weibo trying to gank something, trying to block them away.
Taken to half of the HP, he still holds to his ult. Still not rotating Chongqing back to mid lane. Chongqing's still gonna stay over there in bottom lane. Look at that.
That's gonna be something worth mentioning because we all know, like, if you're doing on the farming lane, you're gaining extra money.
Well, the rotation is gonna be 4 people. Who's going to jump in from behind? Limong is gonna try to use his ultimate to survive. He dashes away from the fight. It's going to be a 0-0 trade, but it was such a good dash.
Yeah, that was such a good roll. And XYG sees the moment, try to do something on the mid.
Armageddon comes in. Nanjing is going to be ganked by 3 different members. Huang tries to come back. It's not going to be successful. XYG is going to take that kill, and they might take this turret.
Oh, then that's going to be a huge achievement done by XYG. They successfully take it down. They win the upper hand.
Amazing way for XYG to start this game. Look at that. They lost the Tyrant. And then in the moment that Weibo makes the jump in to try to gank on bottom lane, they're not successful, and they pay it with that mid lane turret falling.
They know
very early in the game.
Yeah, they know it's gonna be very late to do the A, so they just go straight to the mid lane. They know where the blank is.
Look at that. Nanjing tries to lock into Kusie, and Kusie does not fall. Uses his flash and deals the damage that is gonna be lethal. Allowing XYG to start with a nice advantage.
But I can see some problems like between WB. That was Nanjing. Actually, the reason why he used his ultimate to jump in is because there's no way for him to out. But it seems like the communication didn't go through very well.
Look at that, 2v1, Nanjing trying to survive. He's gonna take one. Can he take the second one? Kusie does not have his flash. Nanjing is going to fall. It's going to be a 1-to-1 trade.
XYG really now gained the advantages and now really ahead of the game.
Nanjing really wanted to get that kill, right? Like he thought that he could get the 1v2, overstepping a little bit too much. Kusie is playing on his signature hero. Come on, show some respect to the man. Because right now, Kusie, everything is going well for him. He's got gold. He's got items at the same time.
What's better for XYG is that they can rotate in advance. For these compositions, they already taken down the mid tower. They already taken down the top. And this period is just going to be their strongest period.
See her checking on the bush.
need to worry about the vision. They've got Agudor, they've got Lambert.
Yeah, it's in terms of vision,
Yeah.
it's going to be all for XYG, right?
You're solid monsters standing in front of you. What are you worried about? What are you fear of?
Now they're going to take that turret, and right now they have priority over the Tyrant. They're going to decide to make the rotation to top, clean the wave, and look at how they're moving all together. Everywhere they go, it's always 5 members of XYG.
Yeah.
Chelsea running very low in mana.
Wave was do something really smart. They tried to trade the Tyrant. And XYG didn't notice it.
XYG had a priority over that Tyrant. They decided not to do that. They rotated to top and they got nothing out of that rotation.
Yeah. So actually that's why we call Wave War, like why they're called like strong team.
Yeah.
Always want to do some trade. Always want to make some constellation effort.
Look at that, poking on that turret. Zemo cannot jump in. He does not have the damage as Yang is still trying to push the wave on bottom lane. That turret's gonna fall, but Yang cannot show his position.
They're trying to find Yang out, but he's moving quite carefully. And there's another thing for Wave War right now. Like they're moving together.
Yeah.
Because they know that they lost the vision control. They do not have the priority. So they really rely on the ultimate provided by Zhang Liang, try to slow even one person down.
But look at the way that XYG is rotating right now. Look at the movement.
Yeah.
And look at that Weibo coming in with the flash, comes in, they're gonna jump. The Winters here is going to answer back. Mo is going to jump and try to take one. It's going to be Yang, the one that is going to fall.
That was too slow. We can say Kuxie just used the flash, trying to take him down. That was so close, but Zemo, well, even with the flash, he don't need to hazard, and this is a 1-2 trade.
XYG had it in their hands, but then the fact that Xingyu did not die in that last fight allowed Huajuan to turn things around and take a double kill for him.
And attention, even WB was in deficit. This is the engagement that they were trying to initiate.
Look at that, look at the replay. They just jump in. They were not able to spot any of the back laners in there. That was the problem. Yang being spotted very early, and then everyone just tries to take on Xingyu. Xingyu uses his flash, and then they just forget that Huajuan just waiting in the back. Just as what an assassin should look like.
Such a nice movement by WB. And actually from this team fight, they earned themselves a lot of things. Even gold, even kill. And what's more important, they can gain the vision control.
They're trying their very best just to gain that back. 5 seconds for the red buff. And the Weibo air jungle is going to spawn.
Chelsea knows there's someone hiding in that bushes. It's because of the passive offered by her first ability.
Yes.
Once you're tumbled towards the bushes and you add extra movement speed, there's someone there.
Look at that. XYG consistently just pushing Weibo back. They need to wait and try to choose the right fight. As we have right now, the Shadow Tyrant and Shadow Overlord showing up in our map.
And what's more, you can see Lambert's position. They're looking at the back. Try to avoid what just happened at the last team fight.
They need to let that Tyrant go. They do not want to engage. He needs to re-aggro.
XYG just want to use this Tyrant to force WB to come and answer.
Yeah, but look at that. Like right now, it's going to be Weibo, the ones that they clean the wave in the bottom lane. They tried to clean wave and tried to win possession. It's just too slow trying to go on that Dark Tyrant. Kuxie is still going to be able to take it. The Falling God is going to land. Zemo is going to disappear. Yang tries to find an angle, but it's right now Kuxie, the one that is going to send him back.
So this is a 0-1 trade, and the Tyrant goes to XYG. XYG can just use this Dark Tyrant and use those minion waves to push forward. Because WB already used a lot of skills, and actually the last team fight they just split up.
Gotta be careful. Xingyu still has his ult. You do not want to fall right now, XYG. Counting the seconds, the minions come in, the damage does not follow.
It's just like too early for them to use one single minion waves try to take down this high ground tower. So will they go for that like a shadow overlord? That's a question.
The problem with there is that Simon needs to hold to his flash because he knows that in the moment he's gonna land, Limon is gonna try his very best just to cage him in. So Simon lands in, flashes away, but as he flashes away, he's just falling in the hands of XYG.
Yeah. And
completely obliterated.
And actually that ultimate was quite away from his allies.
Yes.
So that's the point. Actually, we can see there's some communications like went wrong in Weibo right now. Hope they can get right back to it.
Huang trying to get vision on that overlord, but they know that they don't have priority. Nothing that they can do to contest this one.
Yeah, because Zhang Liang now don't have the ability to initiate someone, to surprise someone, unless Lambert hold his ultimate.
Gotta wait for the opportunity. But right now, it's going to be Overlord bangers coming in. Let's wait and see what XYG is going to do. XYG playing really well. The rotations have been amazing, forcing Wanyan just to separate from his teammates, right? And if Wanyan is not in there for the fights, it's very few what Weibo can do.
Yeah. 1,000 gold lead goes to XYG. They really want to using this vanguards, try to take at least one high ground tower down, because the composition that XYG had they can't contest with Weibo in the late game.
No, they won't be able to. They need to try to get this done in the next 3 minutes, right?
Yeah.
They don't want it to go all the way to the Tempest Dragon. Bangers coming in mid lane. Nothing can be done. Now it's going to be two of them in bottom lane. Let's wait and see how Simo is going to reply to this. Huang and Wanyan trying to come and find an angle. They're not able to jump in yet. It's the XYG, the ones that they're stepping really closely to each other, not allowing none of the assassins from Beijing Weibo to jump in.
And Weibo, by saving a lot of ultimates, they're trying to chase him. That was so close.
They rushed into that bush and they were sent back immediately.
By the second ability, only 1 second ability provided by Ling.
I just love that, right? Like they were just rushing towards it and then just 180 degrees U-turn.
Yeah. Like everyone just hold the brake.
Yep.
Wow.
Break in. Look at the gold. 10,300 already for Kusie.
He's rich. He's wealthy.
Very wealthy. Look at Wanyan's position as well.
But like for Kusie, this man only have one mission right now. Heading for Chelsea, heading for Lady Sun. At least threaten.
Look at that. Wanyan wants to take on that Shadow Tyrant.
He comes in.
Xiao still has a great HP. He jumps away. The Tyrant is going to go for Beijing Weibo and he's going to be killing Sprint. Huang is going to destroy Xiao.
Wow, they're still chasing for Kusie. 1 versus 4. It's a little bit hard for Kusie to make a way out.
There's nothing he could have been done in there. Great way for Tsumo to jump in, right? Like he jumps in, forces Xiao out of his ult, and then Huang just spotted him in there. Immediately burst him out of the map.
Weibo just used all those abilities, just split XYG up.
Yes.
Everyone just be individual, so by those burst damage that Weibo's heroes can do, they just take them down one by one.
Look at that, it's been XYG being on the driving seat for most of this game. And right now, after this fight, it's going to be Beijing Weibo, the one that's going to turn gold advantage around.
And now, what's important towards like why they select Zhang Liang, it's going to show off.
Look at that. Shiho with the Armageddon a little bit early, I believe.
And Ling
was
not there.
Boom!
Wow.
Just the way that Huang spotted Gunsun Lee was just amazing.
Yeah.
Great killer instinct. Amazing killer instinct.
There's a lot of assassins in Weibo's competition.
All right, we're back live. Yang is taking on the Shadow Overlord, trying to take him all the way to 1/5 of the HP. What can they do? It's going to be for Yang. It's going to be for Beijing Weibo. They've got both Tyrant and Overlord.
And since Weibo know that YaLLa doesn't have any flash, they're trying to like hand over. They're trying to take something done.
Yeah. Ling does not have his ultimate, so they're going to have to let that mid lane turret go.
So that's the problem, you see. Like after XYG didn't see that chance to take at least one high ground tower down, especially for that like bottom one. That was so close. Now in the late game, it's gonna be in Weibo's hand.
Of course, Zemo right now has Siege Breaker. So right now the way that that Lupu is gonna be played is completely different.
Yeah. And also like Zhangliang's ability gonna show off. Since he just suppressed one, the damage dealt by Weibo, any of those heroes, gonna be enough to do that burst damage.
How Xingyu is going to be able to use that suppression, right?
But for XYG, it's because like the only assassin they got is Mulan.
Let's wait and see. Ling has his ability. He's going to proc it, but right now Huajuan is just putting pressure from behind, trying to find the angle. Huxia comes in and takes on one. Can he take on two? It's going to be Zemo, the one that is going to jump, trying to separate them. Now Xingyu with the suppression, but he's going to resurrect. Huxia has one more life. Xingyu is going to fall. Right now it's going to be 4 people from XYG on the hunt.
Oh, another kill goes to Huxia. Such a beautiful movement. I was wondering, will Huxia do that kind of like, but he just did it. That was quite tough, but he just take Lady Sun Da and XYG within this minion waves in the mid. They can successfully take down this mid high ground tower.
They take the turret, and right now it's going to be Huxia going back, trying to clean the wave. Great performance by Huxia. Exactly the reason why XYG is playing this composition.
Wow, this is full of confidence, full of faith. This man exactly know that he can take the responsibility of taking Lady Sun Da. I was watching him, I was watching him at this exact moment. But I was wondering why Chelsea would just like being a little bit cautious on
Bang!
Wow.
Bang! Nothing to do. Love it.
Oh.
Insane. Then after that, sadly for them, Huxia is going to lose one of his revives in there. He's going to have only one more available during this game.
True. And actually that just give Weibo a warrant that they still need to keep watching on Huxia, because as long as they watching on Huxia, they can promise that Chelsea's going to be safe.
No, they cannot. Look at that. The Winters here comes in, and the turret is going to fall. Is XYG still pushing? Xingyu is going to suppress, but it's going to be Armageddon that's going to jump fall. Right now, frozen in for Zemo. He's going to fall as well. Yang is trying to find the angle, trying to get one more kill. It's going to be a 1-2 trade for Beijing Weibo.
Beijing Weibo successfully just guard their crystal and promise that Chelsea's going to be safe. Because they know 5 minutes later the Tempest Dragon is going to spawn.
Exactly, look at that. They come in, Xingyu suppresses one, but it's not, the damage is not following after. Zemo just jumps in just to try to get on anything, but he's just being contested by that Ling Meng's ability.
Yeah, they won't know that he needs to sacrifice himself.
Oh, look at that. The Tempest Dragon is being rushed so quickly. 1/3, 1/5. What can they do? It's going to be defeated. Yang takes control of that. What was XYG doing?
Because the weakness of selecting Agudo is that you can't contest with Miyamoto Musashi by smite this Tempest Dragon. And what's worse for XYG is that once we've mentioned it, Weibo now is being aware of Huxia, being aware of his flash. So everyone just gonna, you see, like every movement, they just leap backward at the very first time.
Let's wait and see what's gonna happen. Right now it's gonna be Beijing Weibo, the ones that they have that priority.
Sure. And let's see, like, whether they're gonna use those Tempest Vanguards, try to take down those high ground towers, because they already lost too.
That they have to. So it's gonna be XYG's. It's gonna be their responsibility to try to protect at least the one on bottom.
Sure. So for XYG, the most mission for them right now is try to clean those Tempest Dragon, and mission complete.
That tier 2 turret, they need to let it go.
Do not try to contest Weibo right now since they got the Tempest.
But then Ling uses his ultimate. What is he trying to do in there? That ultimate, he needs it right now to try to protect on high ground. Look at that, the turret is going to fall in top lane. They will be able to protect the one on mid, but there's one more wave of Vanguards coming in.
But Weibo want to retreat right now because they already lost the effect, the earning that they got from the Tempest Dragon. So actually XYG was doing a nice job. They got one high ground tower on the opposite side of the Tempest Dragon in advance, right?
Well, let's wait and see. Let's wait and see. Right now it's already more than 60,000 gold, so the gold advantage means nothing in this moment. This is the moment where the gold advantage just becomes completely unnecessary factor. 60 more seconds for the next Tempest Dragon.
So that's the reason why Weibo just being so desired to take that bottom high ground tower down.
They have to. Look at that. XYG is trying their best, trying to protect it, but it's just almost inexistent. Chao comes in and is going to use his bombs just to try to take it down. He's successful at that. 30 seconds for the next one.
Wow, so in this late game, problem number one for XYG going to be they can't contest with Miyamoto Musashi with Huang Yang for this smiting, this Tempest Dragon down. And problem number two, it's going to be a little bit difficult for Kuxie to get in.
Of course.
To seek for Lady Sun, seek for Xiao.
And right now he's going to be seeing his opportunity just to use that Howling Emblem, right?
Sure.
That he can just use that Howling Emblem, give his teammates a speed boost and create an early advantage, an early power play.
And also his ultimate, he can just save it until wait for XYG, some of their opponents get in and use this ultimate to slow him down.
Look at Weibo, they already started Tempest Dragon.
They try to force XYG to fight.
Trying to lure them into fighting.
Yeah, because Weibo, they already...
Wow, Limon is going to have to use his Splendor, trying to run away. Then it's going to be Simon, the one that is going to take him down. Now it's going to be the power play for Beijing Weibo, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that one. Yang comes in, locks on one. The damage is not followed. Suppressed down is going to be Kuxie. He's going to fall, but he's going to stand up one more time. Now it's going to be the Resurrections coming in. Wang Yang is going to be in the Rampage. Lady Sun is going to defeat one more. It's going to be only September. He's going to fall. The turrets are going to fall. The Super Minions coming in. The Crystal is going to fall. Beijing Weibo takes the first victory.
Congratulations for Beijing Weibo getting a triple kill and ace their enemies. Beijing Weibo, after being put in such a deficit for over 10 minutes, they successfully overturn the case and win them this precious point.
Precious points, that's really good. Look at that, the boys from Beijing Weibo, they know that they were facing a gigantic XYG in the mid game. They knew they just needed to push it a little bit more. And then when the most damage was online, nothing that XYG could have done.
The last team fight.
Yeah.
The last big team fight. Weibo is the one to engage it. And once they seek that you are unavailable for some of your skills, they just chase out.
No, it's just because Ling Meng steps too deep in. And then he needs to use his Splendor to try to survive.
Yeah.
After his Splendor goes off, then Zimon knows that he just needs to jump in. He jumps in, nothing that Limon could have done, takes Limon down, and that's the cue for Huang Yang just to try to lock in on someone. Kuxie tried to make the revenge, tried to do the comeback, but his damage on his own, without his mage, was not enough.
Yeah. I guess the reason why XYG is being in that position, in that dangerous position, is they would never know that White Lady soon's gonna ambush him in that right side. Chao is playing so aggressively, and once he's fully decked out, he just used those burst damage and do all those insane output.
Yeah, it was really nice. Like the option that Xing Yu just took for this game, that Zhangliang allowed them just to take around the game a little bit more, right?
Sure.
If you remember in a couple fights back, if you just kind of like go back a little bit in the game, when they are running away from Xue, like he's the one that suppresses Xue down and takes one of his resurrections away.
And also from the last team fight, you can see he saved his ultimate until like wait Xue to come in and suppress you down.
He knew who was going to be the core. So very well done. Very well done. Great performance by Beijing Weibo. Let's wait and see what XYG is going to do, because in this game, I'm totally sure that they've just put in a lot of their hopes on just building around Xue, and it did not pay for them.
They do build up some advantages for themselves, right, until the mid-game. But one mistake that they had is just the team fight happened on the bottom high ground tower in Weibo side.
Yeah, they had the opportunity right over there just to take the game, right? Like they took the turret. They needed just to try to focus their damage into one person. Damage was a little bit scattered around, allowing Huayu and Anwang Yuan to just counterattack.
Yeah, and also do remember that Tyrant. Like they just handed over to Weibo because they didn't realize that Weibo just trying to make some like constellation effort, and they successfully did it.
That's one of the reasons why Anwang Yuan is such a great jungler, right? Because at the beginning of the game, he was not taking part a lot into those fights. But it's one of those players that in any moment, you just need to give him one opportunity. He can take things around. He turned it around for the side of Beijing Weibo in this one.
True. Like if we give an overview to this game one, to this matchup, actually like both teams have a really nice standout. Like XYG, they want to stress on Mulan.
Yeah.
Xue really has some standouts, right? That one, that ambush. And for Beijing Weibo, it's all about teamwork.
All about teamwork, and that teamwork is going to give an MVP to Zimo from Beijing Weibo.
32.5% damage taken. This guy really sacrificed a lot.
Yeah, he knew that he was going to be critical. That last fight starts because he can find the right moment for him to jump in.
Yeah.
I think that was the reason why Beijing Weibo takes that last victory, right? Because he jumps in at the right exact moment.
Once I smell that you're like not available for some of your crucial skills.
This one in here, right?
Sacrifice.
Yeah. This is the one that they didn't have to lose. And look at that. Zimo jumps in. He's been frozen, but he's already dealt the damage that he needed to deal.
It's more about the area created by his ultimate.
Here, Ling just taking extremely deep, flashes out, and then Zimo takes him down. That power play in there just allowed them just to take a 5v4.
And actually, XYG was forcing to leap backward. The position was not that good at this time. They're totally like tear up by WB.
Yeah, exactly. Look at that. Nothing they could have done. Great starting from Zimo, great initiation. Hopefully the boys from Beijing Weibo are going to keep playing like this, and hopefully for us and for the audience at home, XYG is going to bring even better composition for the next game, so we can have an even more electrifying match. This one was already top.
Yeah.
But hopefully the next one is going to be even better than this.
Like if XYG really want to execute this kind of what we call like fast pushing forward composition, maybe next time they would go for like Zhou Yu or Meng Tian, like these kind of heroes, try to speed up.
Let's wait and see, because XYG is going to be on the blue side next, right? So probably that Meng Tian might be a very good option for them to take. Like if it is available, they should try to go with Meng Tian, and then just try to go with something that is going to allow them to stand a little bit longer for the late game, right? Either Meng Tian and Sun Bin, or Sun Bin and Lu Bu. Something like that would be useful for them.
Yeah.
It just doesn't go with XYG's culture, right?
That's the one that I want to make out the point. They're quite like young men doing like
They're a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah.
I don't think that they like trying to play for the late game.
So maybe they just go for like Meng Tian or like Meng Ya, like these kind of composition.
Yeah.
Trying to speed up.
Let's wait and see. Let's wait and see what XYG is going to do. In terms of Beijing Weibo, Chelsea having a very good day as well. Right? Chelsea just being able to survive for a long time using his mobility to always stay alive in the stages of the fight. As long as your marksman is alive, you always have hope and damage, right? In the moment that your marksman is gone, then people just start falling like flies.
Yeah, and Chelsea is one of those like being so aggressively during the laning phase, during those 1 versus 1. He's gonna use his like superb mechanics, try to gain himself some advantages. So actually for Beijing Weibo, you can see like it really takes them a little bit of time for them to engage into the game, right?
Yeah.
Like in the early game, something actually not went that well for them, but after in the late game, they just show a totally different Weibo.
Yeah, it's a matter of understanding the timings, right? Like you don't need to be superior during the whole game. It is impossible for you to have a composition that you always will be superior than your opponent in every single stage of the game.
True.
But it's just understanding that when you need to be superior, you have to show it. Look at Kusia right over there waiting in the bush. Comes in, bang, bang, puts 2 people against the wall. Beautiful.
2 people be silenced and just did an instant kill on Chelsea.
He forced so many abilities out of everyone, right? Like because Xing, you had to use his flash over there to run away. Chelsea tried to use his flash as well. So it was not only about the kill, it was a matter of like everything that he took away from the Beijing Weibo players. Sadly for him, he did not take the victory at the end.
Yeah, and that's the weakness of that composition. As you mentioned, you can't like have every single aspect to be stronger than your opponent. So that's what games happen.
This was such an amazing game. Hopefully we're gonna bring you another amazing game right after this break. Welcome back. Xue Ying still has one more chance to try to take this victory and try to make it with 1 point out of this direct matchup against Beijing Weibo. Remember, this is going to be vital in their opportunities to not finish in second place. Finish in second place, give them a very, very, very bad hand for the next group stages, for the next stages in our tournament.
Yeah, because no one wants to play against eStar in the knockout stage.
Yes.
So let's see. What's beneficial to XYG is that they got to the blue side. And also they have the chance to get Mengtian.
Unless that Weibo right now is not going to allow them to, but then it's too many options in there. They need to ban they need to ban Mai Xianui and they need to ban Chao. So for sure XYG needs to take on that Mengtian, right?
Yeah. They won't just easily like hand Mengtian to you. That
let's see.
make sense. All right.
Okay. Shen Mengxi.
Well, if they go for Shen Mengxi, it's basically because Mai Xianui has been banned away, so Shen Mengxi is gonna be like the most OP one. But that's the point. That's what I was like worrying about XYG.
So they decide to go for Shen Mengxi, but they hand Mengtian to the other side.
So they must have some solutions towards this Mengtian.
Well, we've seen a lot of different options around, right? Like we've seen Atha, we've seen Byron, and we've seen a lot of different options.
Lü
Bu. Like there are options around. Look at that. Atha in a combo with Meng Ya.
Yeah. Actually, do you remember my prediction? I was wondering they would take out like Meng Ya with Mengtian, like to like totally warm up. They still got Zhou Yu in the mid, right? So, yeah. But
There's
anyway.
still an option. Marco Polo. Well, if they're gonna play that Marco Polo, then probably they're just gonna be switching top and bottom, no?
Exactly. Marco Polo never wanna be facing Meng Ya as a laning phase.
Please no.
That's gonna be a nightmare.
Horrible nightmare for them. So then we come down to the psychological battle, right? So I know that you want to switch. So do I switch? But then if I switch and you know that I want to switch because I know that you know that I know that you want to switch. So then it's just a force of like thinking what the other is going to do.
That's the most fun part about doing those early game arrangements. You need to predict what your opponent's gonna do. And are you sure they're gonna do what exactly you predict?
Luna and Liu Bang, Sun Bin. Weibo not allowing any late game options in there, right?
That also means like the rest of the two heroes won't have much what we call hard control. Because that's gonna be really comfortable for Luna. Yixing.
A good option is seen in combo with this jungler and this top laner, right? Like it is a good combo in there. And it's gonna depend a lot on how Hua Juan is going to be able to box in people.
Yeah.
Because that's gonna be his responsibility. When he's in a combo with Mengtian, is that he wants to box in people. He does not want to box people out. He does not want to separate people. He wants to just huddle everyone into a little ball just for Nuangyang and Zumo just to jump in and just take them as meat.
Just cage in a lot of people and try to like create a really comfortable environment for Marco Polo using his ultimate or Lam to jump in.
Well, let's wait and see what they can do.
The support.
Xihe is going to reply back with a Donghuan Taiyi.
Weibo might go for some solid one because they already banged Sun Bin away. So maybe Lambert or some like tough.
Yeah, I would say Lumber would be a good option in there.
They need
something
to have
a little bit
someone.
more aggressive.
Yeah,
right?
that's it. They need to have someone to eat the ultimate from Donghuang Tai.
To eat the ultimate.
right? It's quite vivid.
Just to suck in the ultimate, right? Like just to suck in the damage.
Yeah.
There's someone just to act as bait.
That's the point. So that's why we predict that they would use Lambert as their support. They really do it. So actually, if we go through these two compositions, it's quite a little bit different. Like for Weibo, they still need time to form up.
Yeah.
Especially, they really need the damage provided by Marco Polo.
But again, we talked about Marco Polo just moving up to top, right? But that would send Meng-Ya against Meng-Tian, and that still gives Meng-Ya a really nice early game.
Yeah, because it's Meng-Ya. Like by selecting Meng-Ya, that already guaranteeing yourself a winning lane on the bottom.
So who are they going to sacrifice? Are they going to sacrifice their Meng-Tian advantage just to provide Marco Polo a little bit more time to farm? Or are they just going to sacrifice Marco Polo?
That's the point.
Just knowing that Meng-Tian has a winning lane on top.
Because the first peak of this period in Weibo's composition gonna be the 4th level of Meng-Tian.
Yes.
So maybe they want to rotate, they
the 2
want
minutes
exchange.
fight, right?
Yeah.
It's gonna be that 2 minutes battle. That's going to be one of the milestones of our game for sure. But let's wait and see. This is going to be an amazing game. XYG needs to take this win. And look at that, they're going to be aggressive because they're taking double smite.
Double smite. And also they know if you rotate, your upper side of the field is going to be really weak since you got Marco Polo on the top.
What Xiao is going to do on that Marco Polo?
First,
like everything, I'm so sorry just to put the spotlight on this person, but everything's gonna depend on Hua Jun's ultimate. Like the way that he's gonna use his ultimate, the accuracy for it, it's going to allow the people from Beijing Weibo to enter or not. They need to get rid of that Meng-Ya.
And also the coordination between Weibo is gonna be really vital.
Yes.
Minions will arrive in 5
Let's wait and see.
seconds.
Our last game of today. This is going to be the last game of our week 1 of the group stages as well.
Yeah.
XYG is going to try to take revenge on Beijing Weibo. Or it's going to be Beijing Weibo, the one that is going to solidify their advantage and make it to 9 points, the same as eStarPro.
Let's see, the opening is quite refreshing.
Look at that. Kusia knows that he has priority in there, right?
There's like several steps of what the coaches think, you see.
Yeah.
Like they put Lam to have the first lane on the top. Try to let him upgrade to level 2.
Okay, XYG jumping in a little bit deep. 4 people from Beijing Weibo rotating around.
Correct. They already got the blue buff.
Kusia's smite still in cooldown. He's still gonna take that Firehawk.
And now they got the smite already.
Wait, hold on. What is Siho doing? Like he needs to get out of there already. It's been enough.
He's trying to threaten his opponents, trying to hold them off.
But they already have an amazing opening. Why they're still trying to risk it?
They're eager. They want more. They are not being satisfied by only taking 1 blue buff. They're gonna have 2.
Okay, 1 minute and 40 seconds. Kusia already in level 3 and Tsumo is not gonna have a level advantage against him.
You know, actually this matchup just gives me that sense of, actually this is gonna be an example for those teams from other regions. Because you can see how Weibo was gonna change it after losing 2 buffs.
Look at that, Kusia trying to use his ability to run away. Not gonna survive. It's gonna be Nanjing, the one that's gonna take the kill.
I'm gonna get it back. Thank you for taking that red buff for me. Save my time.
Takes the red buff back, but the gold. Now Nanjing is going to need that one as well.
So he's gonna share some of the minion waves on the top with.
Whoa! Lin Meng forced to use his ultimate, to use his dash away. Now it's going to be Tsumo, the one that is going to be taken to half his HP. 1 more kill for Beijing Weibo.
Huang's really put the mid under pressure. He's using his own mechanics, own ability, trying to push off so many abilities from the opponent.
Look at that, now it's gonna be 2v1. Kusia wants to engage. He knows that September is close. His ability is wide against Xingyu though.
He wants to revenge. He's sneaking in and trying to do it head to head.
4v4, marksmen are still pretty far away. Kitty bombs come in, Zimo does not have his ult available, still in cooldown.
And you can see there's 4 people gathering on Weibo's side, trying to help Nanjing to guard this red buff.
And they're gonna be able to survive and then just to guard that game.
See, that's what I call an example.
2v3 over there on top lane. Xiao taken extremely low. He's gonna suppress, but the damage is not following. It's gonna be one more kill for Beijing Weibo. XYG had control of the early game, but right now he's just handing it over for Beijing Weibo.
After Weibo trying to seek chances one by one, they just overturn it. They already got 3 kills in once, and we say Chao is playing defensively.
All right, what they can do. Look at that, Shimongxi Limong offering vision, knowing exactly spotting where Xingyu is.
Power shields have been shattered.
Turret is going to be taken to half of its HP. At least that's going to be a winning lane for XYG. Look at that, Kusia jumping in. He procs his ult. Xingyu still holding to his.
Then for this round, for XYG, they can use Mengya to take the tower on the bottom.
Yeah, but exactly. But they can use Mengya, but right now look at what Beijing Weibo is doing. They're just rotating Zimo down to the bottom.
Because they already know that first they need to let Marco Polo to release him from the bottom.
Yeah, Marco Polo needs to get out of there quick.
Yeah, to accelerate the pace.
Look at that, locks in, but he's gonna purify. Chao trying to get a little bit more of his passive. Nanjing being taken very low. The kitty bombs come in. The damage is going to be lethal. He's going to fall right under his turret. Now it's gonna be Kusia trying his best, trying to get a little bit more shield. It's not gonna be enough. Zimo is just gigantic right now. Xingyu trying to go on the counter attack. But it's going to be 4 people for XYG. The ones that are going to come in, stunned in. They're taking damage from the turret as well as Huang is going to jump to the fight.
Well, the last team fight that's followed up, actually, Weibo tried to make some consolation effort. With the support by Huang, they forced out 2 abilities from XYG. But the one XYG did just help them to open the vision on the top.
Yes, exactly.
And I want to highlight Kusia in this team fight.
Yeah, like he just sucked in so much damage, right? Like the way that the Purify comes in.
His ultimate.
And then just Kusia, his ultimate in there is what slows down Nanjing so he cannot actually run away.
Yeah.
The kitty bombs jump in and they just do the last push.
And this was actually Kusia tried to use the first ability, try to using those troops that Monkey have to get HP recovery.
To get more shield, right?
But that takes time.
Oh, it's not an easy task. Not when you're trying to build shield at the same time that you're taking damage from Zimo.
Yeah.
It's a horrible situation. XYG trying to take on this Tyrant. Tyrant is gonna go for them. Trying to level up a little bit more of the gold.
Now the Tyrant goes to XYG. That also means it's gonna enhance them. Try to speed up since they've already got Mengya.
Look at that, they're trying to force Zimo to proc his ultimate.
Oh, nice
they're trying to get him out. Nice ult is going to be locked down. Zico is going to be taken down as well. It's going to be a 1-2 trade for XYG.
XYG really sees the chance by gaining that effect granted by that Tyrant, using that effect and trying to push forward. And the ultimate done by Kusia.
They saw the opportunity to just take Zimo on a 1v2, right?
Yeah.
So that was the trigger for this whole fight. The idea was just to try to force him to use his ultimate, but if they were able to take the kill, why not? They were just happy and glad to take that one as well.
Who just really has to stay for tonight.
7 minutes and 30 seconds.
1,000 gold lead goes to XYG, but it's not their time to lower the guard. Because we can see actually the gold to Marco Polo is not low.
Huang just make venomous stab, trying to find a solution against Xue. Look at that, Xiao is going to take on a 1v1 against Ling, and Ling is going to fall. That's going to give them the power play. It's the most ultimate is available. Right now it's going to be Xiao, the one that's going to be pushed back, taken to 1/3 of his HP. Look at him, he's trying to do something, trying to reply back. It's going to be Dongwantai, the one that is going to suppress, but the damage is not going to follow. Simo is going to fall as well.
But here
it's going to be Simo, the one that is going to fall. It's going to be right now, September trying to come in, but it's going to be Chao, the one that has a great angle to come in. It's going to be replied back by Xiao, that right now he's trying to go back on the revenge, and he's not going to be available to do that. Look at that. He still wants a little bit more.
And it ends up with a 2-2 trade. Well, from this team fight, everything just went chaotic. Everyone using, put all those effort in. Let's check the replay.
Just the fact that Limon falls in there, right?
Yeah.
The moment that Limon falls, that Weibo knows that they have to be on.
Yeah.
But look at Xiao, the angle that he is always trying to find. He's always on. Always on, dealing so much damage.
And that's gonna be thanks to Xihu's ultimate.
Yes, exactly.
To hold the opponents off. So he's under cover of the towers and maximize his output.
Did you see the way that his fingers were moving?
So fun.
I love that.
I can barely see it.
The dexterity is amazing. What just happened?
What just happened? That shouldn't be happening. In this kind of...
Overstepping.
Because that's gonna be the last dragon, which they're gonna have before the Shadow Overlord's gonna spawn. That shouldn't be a mistake. We will need to be careful.
Look at that. They're trying to push everyone in the way of September. September just waited in there in the bush for too long time. And right now it's going to be Nanjing already on his way. Xue tells everyone that the jungler from Beijing Weibo is already here. They need to push back. Shen Mengxi is not in the factors.
Nata is being targeted, but he's using his second ability. He tried to lock down 4 people, but he just sacrificed. Now Weibo still got numbers advantages, and Czech September want to take over this Shadow Tyrant, but it just be pulled out.
Oh my gosh, look at that. Nanjing for the second time tries to take the dragon, but he does not take the last hit. 2 times in a row. What's going on? He's trying to take a vision in. He's going to try to jump in. He's going to jump in. He's going to take the dragon as well. He's going to defeat it. Now it's going to be the suppression trying to come in down. Xiao has a great angle trying to deal some damage. He's going to be taken on Simo. Huang's been taken extremely low. He's going to fall. Now it's going to be Xiao trying to take on Simo. Simo is going to try to push back. But it's going to be Xiao being surrounded by people from Beijing Weibo. It's going to be only Xue. It's going to be 4 people from XYG that are going to fall.
Double kill goes to Nuaya, and it ends up with a 2-4 trade. Can I say that Nuaya, he's doing preparation for this thing, for these showcases?
I love it because I was just criticizing him.
Yeah,
I was just saying, you know what, you cannot be just doing that, just starting dragons and not letting them finish.
Yeah.
He comes in, goes to the bush, and then just completely slaps both of us in the face.
Yeah, and Nuaya was like, okay, I'm just gonna make effort to it.
Love it.
Wow.
Look at the angle that Xiao has. It's just that's the one thing that Beijing Weibo has not been able to solve yet. Just how to get Xiao out of the mix quickly. Look at that.
To be honest,
you can see the replay on the top corner. We can still see more action live coming in the bottom left.
Yeah. To be honest, every team fight, Xiao maximize his output.
Yes. Look at that. Simo is going to try to counter-attack. It's going to be Xue, the one that is going to be sucking in so much damage. It's going to be taken to half. He's going to have to run away, but it's going to be Nanjing coming in. He's going to be the one that's going to take, but it's going to be suppressed and it's going to be taken down. It's going to be Xiao right now with his gun. It's got all the great angles. He's taking on everyone. Chelsea has nothing he can do. It's going to be a 1-to-1 trade, but it's Nanjing the one that is going to fall.
I want to highlight Xue's ultimate because he exactly know that somehow Nanjing's gonna come in and do to like clean up the battlefield, so he just save it, wait patiently until you dive in and surprise the co-player.
Well, sadly for Xue right now, the only way that he can play this game, as he's already 1-5-4, it's just going to be him just soaking in damage and just trying to find an opening for Nanjing to come in to take the kill.
Exactly.
Just keep doing exactly as you're doing right now.
Yeah.
Just try to lure Nanjing out and have Xiao just to be healthy enough to suppress him down.
Xiao's gonna be the one to soak in, Xue is gonna be the one to soak in so many damages. He's gonna be the shield of XYG.
But what kind of a shield he's going to be? He's only a 6,000 gold attack. That's not a very big shield.
So that also gives Weibo that kind of sense. They want to bomb in and they kill Miyano Musashi and triple kill goes for more. Is there a quadra kill? Goes for more. Quadra kill goes to Nanjing. Pentakill. So close. That is gonna be a pentakill. Goes to Nanjing.
Ladies and gentlemen, the man, the one, the only Nanjing comes in, destroy the turrets, destroy the heroes, and he gets a pentakill. It's gonna be 13 seconds for September to come in, but the ballistas are already coming in. It's gonna be Beijing Weibo, the ones that are gonna make it to 9 points. Xue, 6 seconds, September. It's gonna be 4. It's gonna come in. The crystal is being taken under attack. It's gonna be Timo poking in, taking the auto damage, takes the crystal, and it's gonna be Beijing Weibo making it in the first place for this week 1. Congratulations to Beijing Weibo.
What has happened in that 2 minutes? You can't imagine that Nanjing just dive right into the battlefield swiftly, but just decisively, and end up with a pentakill.
They just broke XYG in 2 halves. That was the problem in there. Half of XYG, they had 2 members trying to take on the dragon, and then they have the other 3 members just trying to repleague. And the way that Beijing Weibo jumped into that fight just broke XYG in 2. They could not just protect everyone. The one thing that they were doing really well was always protecting. They were always protecting Xiao. As long as Xiao was alive, they were always fine. But in this fight, as they just break them apart, there was no one that could protect Xiao. And it was just party. It was just a carnival for Nanjing to come in and take everything.
Like everyone was like, it was a crowded in that camp,
yes,
right?
It was.
Everyone just being bombed into it, and since Nanjing came in, boom, everything just being nailed down.
Love it, love it, love it, love it. Beijing Weibo taking the victory, make it all the way to 9. Great stuff.
Wow. And actually, I didn't think like a lot of us would expect like there would be a pentakill happening in this like matchups. We predict like it might be a draw, but Beijing Weibo show us their power, show us their resilience in the first game, and then their dominance in the second one.
It was really nice to watch. It was really, 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 really cool.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, it's just about that, right? It's just about resilience. And XYG in the first game, they had a great opportunity to take that first one. They were not able to seize that chance. And then in the second game, Beijing Weibo just showed why they have one of the top junglers in the league. That's it. There's not much to analyze in there. When you're superior to the rest, you're just superior to the rest.
I really enjoyed the last matchup for tonight. It was quite good.
That's very nice.
It was like each of the teams just like putting all those efforts in our matchups and showing their powers, and they tried their best. XYG, they did a really great job in the first game. And Weibo, pentakill. What else can I say?
There's nothing else that we could do, or we could say XYG right now is going to finish in second place with 6 points after 2 wins, 1 against Bacon Time and 1 against Fought Nova. Sadly for them, they were unable to take this victory against Beijing Weibo, but it's not done. because
not
they
done.
still have a second round robin, right? And they're in Group D. That's going to come down to the last day. The last day of this week 2, when they're going to be in the Group D, all the different matches that they're going to have, we're going to see. Is it going to be Beijing Weibo making it forward as the first place, or is it going to be XYG, the ones that they're going to force it to an extra match after?
Yeah, because we're doing double round robin, so there's gonna extra matchups. So, well, I do believe, from my perspective, for 5 young people from XYG, they're definitely gonna seeking for a revenge.
They have to. They must go for a revenge. That's what you do when you're in a tournament like this, right? Like you're trying your very best just to try to find a way how to take advantage over the people that they're competing against you, right? And the way that today XYG played both BPs, for me, it was an amazing BP. I would say that the coaches did an amazing job. Sadly for them, they were just facing a Beijing Weibo that today was just what they are, like at top of the league. We talked a lot about how sometimes Beijing Weibo comes in a 50-50. And today the Beijing Weibo that they showed us is one that could actually have a great opportunity to go all the way to the final.
Yes, and we can see this turn, MVP goes to Nanjing.
8 kills, 5 of them in that last fight. All 5 in a row to make that a beautiful pentakill.
Actually, pentakill is going to be a really hard achievement for all those players, right? It's quite rare. But in these 3 days, we've already witnessed twice.
I know.
I was like, what was going on?
I think the change is the change of pace, right? I think that's exactly what's happening. And the games are just in some moments that they just come to a really slow path, and then in the moment that you actually start fighting, no one is expecting that you're gonna come up with 5 kills. Look at that, Nanjing, stacks, takes his passive, stacks up, comes in, defeats the dragon. Comes out, takes on September that has no more abilities whatsoever, nothing he could do.
And for XYG, like, Xiao really have a lot of standards. He maximizes his output, but
look at that.
This last invite.
Look at that. There's 2 people just over there in the dragon, right? And then the 2 of them are separated completely, and then there's no one to protect Xiao in there. Like Xiao, the only thing that he can do is just to try desperately to deal damage. He's just in a desperate mode trying to do it, but there's no one to protect him. Xiao was already cleaned out of the map.
Everyone just rushed into that camp, tried to vie for that dragon. And once Nanjing came in, it was an instant triple kill.
Yes.
You see, like, it was an instant triple kill. We don't even recognize what just happened. And it let Xiao be explode in that dangerous position.
Amazing. Great performance by Nanjing. Hopefully for XYG, this is not going to push them back. I like the way that they've been playing. I like the way that they've been aggressive, the way that they showed us today that they want to make it to the next level. That's something that they need to keep, right? And hopefully this defeat is not going to push them back. They must stick to that style of playing. They must stick to that vision, to that feeling that they are an aggressive team.
So actually, there's good news for XYG that even we only have 4 days for the week 2, but it's gonna be the last day.
Yeah, they have XYG. 3 days in between right now and their next matchup, right?
So that's gonna be good news to them.
Good news for them indeed. Look at that. Ling quietly just making a very big performance as well, right? Dealing 36% of all the damage from his team. Very quietly, just always there, always being part of it, of the fights.
The 8 of the first round on the top, that brawl happened. Ling used his ultimate to take 1 kill down.
Amazing. Well, Nora, it was the first time that you were casting and you had a pentakill in English.
Pentakill, yes!
How did that feel?
It's gonna be a milestone to me too. Like, it's like, wow, I don't know, I'm just like quite thrilled.
Yeah.
You like, actually we were doing some warm-ups before this matchups, and I was like, I'm really looking forward to this matchups, and it really hold my expectations.
And you got the opportunity to just cast on that pentakill, so.
Come on, can pentakill, give it to me. Who's gonna be with us? Let's check the interview.
Let's see, interviews.
Hello, 南洋，先和大家打招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是北京微博的暖阳。
直接的第一个问题，拿下5杀以后，现在心情怎么样？
有点开心，意外之喜。
Okay, so the first question, how you feel after taking a penta kill? And Nora was like, quite happy. And it's out of my expectations. So actually, next question, actually we can see there's a lot of excellent, beautiful team fight done by Beijing Weibo. How the communication goes on, like during those like big team fights. 我们看到今天其实很多波团微博打都非常不错啊。尤其像最后一波团，可以问一下当时队内是怎么沟通的吗？
当时也没咋沟通吧，就 XYG 他们在秒龙嘛，我们就说把龙放了，那我们就打留人就行了，就把人留下就行了。
Okay, so during that last team fight, they know that XYG was trying to rush that dragon, so they just had that kind of consensus that we will let the dragon go, but we'll take the enemies down, and that kind of consensus helped them to win that team fight. 那还是再次恭喜你啊，拿到了5杀，也再次恭喜微博2-0赢下了这场比赛的胜利，也感谢你接受我们的采访，期待你们之后的表现。Like, he's not that excited that I am. I am like totally being burned out, and that was a pentakill.
It was really nice. Like, when you get to a level that Nanjing is, like for sure, like he's being very happy inside of him, like, but he knows how to be a professional. Just hold it inside of him, right? Like he's very excited for sure, and at the same time, like, I know that pentakill for. Of someone that is completely new to the game as a beginner, for the professional players, it's always a very exciting thing to have. It does not happen every single match.
Yeah, it's gonna be the highest reward, highest of what we call certification of your power, right? So yeah, I feel really happy for these players who can achieve that kind of milestones in their career.
All right, today Nanjing Hero 2-0 to lsurus, Wuhan eStarPro 2-0 to Gen.G Esports. To solidify their 9 points on top of their group. Chongqing Wolves 2-0 to YaLLa Esports, and Beijing Weibo in these last 2 electrifying games against XYG, 2-0 win for them. Again, solidifying that 9 points. Only Beijing Weibo and Wuhan eStarPro finished this whole group stage round 1 in 3 victories.
And again, we're doing a double round robin, so the next week's gonna start tomorrow.
Yes.
With Group A, and also it's gonna be like with higher density, we can call, because there's gonna be 6 best of 2s.
We're gonna start at 3 o'clock Beijing time, starting with Gen.G Esports against lsurus, and then we're gonna go all the way until the evening, where we're gonna finish with Nanjing here against Gen.G Esports.
And tomorrow is gonna be Group A's match day, so after tomorrow is done, all those points in Group A is gonna be settled.
Yeah, we're gonna know exactly who are gonna be the first 2 teams that they're gonna make it all the way into our next stage, is where we're going to go to direct elimination on BO7s, and we're gonna have the first 2 teams that they're going to say goodbye to our KIC in this group stages as well.
Yeah, it's gonna be 8 out of 16, and we're gonna go for best of 7 in the quarterfinals, which I'm really excited with. Best of 7.
Best of 7. That's gonna be really nice. Hopefully tomorrow we're gonna have the same energy that we just had in these last 2 matches since the beginning until the end. Hopefully for tomorrow, Generation Gaming, Esports, and lsurus can bring their A game, and they can just show to us why they have made all the way here.
And I'm really looking forward to witness like teams from other regions to take some points from teams from KPL region.
Well, Nora, amazing day today, no?
I really enjoyed tonight.
It was a really nice day. Thank you very much, everyone, for being here and to support our KIC. Now, I'm your caster, Pena.
I'm your caster, Nora.
And I hope that everyone's going to have a good evening and a good rest. See you tomorrow.